We're going to begin with our first class of Open Angus Heifers. Class 1 is Junior Heifers Cap Honor after March 1st of 2024. Welcome to the ring, entry number 4466, Ayla Glazer of Tangent, Oregon. Entry number 3169, Mackenzie Crawford of Catascadero, California. Entry number 2120, Morgan Fearman of Parma, Idaho. Entry number 2106, Jasper Clark of Compton, Kansas. And entry number 2695, Arden Franks of Grass Valley, California.
Today, this is a kind of a replay of yesterday as far as I'm concerned, as far as bringing some really good stock to the ring right out of the gate. That's always exciting as a judge. I could overhear the judge yesterday talking about these Angus heifers, and I tried not at all to cheat over here, and I really never did, but it looked to me like there was some really good quality of this drive, and again, this first class proves that to be true. If you just study these cattle from a side profile, as you get down the line here, the third place heifer should be there right now. That's probably, that heifer's probably going to win the class. But as I evaluate those cattle coming at me from the front and rear, the way they handle in front too, the way they do a little base narrow, I think this class actually, they separate themselves pretty handily. This is a combination of cattle in the class. Really good to her center body. Love the way her chest sits in. Her angle in front is superb. The way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. And she's a heifer. You're going to talk about some substance in these cows now. Certainly don't want them to look terminal or scary, but she's got some center width to her off the both ends of her skeletal. She's wide through the center part of her hip, good from hooks to pins. Just an outstanding effort to start this big class. A little taller kind of cattle here that goes in second, I think is my reason for putting her second over the third place heifer. I think she's a little truer coming out of the back side of the shoulder. She's a little better in that forerib. Both heifers, if I could explode them, off of both ends of their structure, I would. I'd like to make a little more base broad, but man, she's got the phenotype, she's got nice set to her hop, she's got nice feet and legs. Where she beats my third place heifer, I think there's just more true heifer in her forerib and stouter from hooks to pins. This third place heifer, man, she's easy on the eyes. She's good in her reach. She gets a little straight in her shoulder, as you can see. She camps up there. She has to park just a little bit wide to be comfortable. Very, very eye appealing. So like I said, if you just study these from the side profile, walking, she can sure enough walk, and she's sure enough kind of back presence. But I think there just needs to be a little more heifer. This heifer here, a little quicker in her growth pattern. It's personal preference. This heifer is stouter than onion jam. She's really, really good that way. She's a heifer that, in my opinion, when she goes, both these heifers I'm going to talk about, I think they're a little straight-footed, and I think that's what causes them to get up in their spine just ever so slightly. This was one incredible class of 5 heifers, truly it was, but that's the way I see these heifers. A little slower growth heifer here, even that comes out last. I'm not saying she's not big enough, but as I compare her to the others, she's a little quicker and kind of shorter and cannonball. She's a heifer that I think from the top of her shoulder to down is just really straight, and I think that restricts her movement just ever so slightly.
Congratulations to your class winner in the Open Angus First Division. Entry number 2601, Jasper Clark. Compton, Kansas. Second, Arden Franks, Grass Valley, California. Third, Mackenzie Crawford, Atascadero, California. Fourth, Ava Glazer, Tangent, Oregon. And fifth, Morgan Ferber, Parma, Idaho.
Because she is very representative of her age group. Beautiful through the center part of her body. She's very best coming out of the top of her spine. She's deep enough body. Her chest sits in it pretty good. I'd probably, in a perfect world, I'd probably like to tighten her up in her throwbacks going forward at her younger stage of her career. But just a really nice heifer. A lot of product in this heifer, and still maintains a high degree of femininity. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Annalise Benedal. Results from Class 2, Junior Market British Steers. Congratulations. Division of Angus show. Welcome to the ring. Entry number 5856, Connor Cook of Huntley, Montana. Sophia Vindenberg of Kingsburg, California. Ava Glazer, Tangent, Oregon. And Eric Seljoy of Baker City, Oregon.
When this class of 4 come in, I'm like, holy smokes, I don't know if we'll see an Angus class any deeper than this one. Hopefully we do, but this is good stuff here, folks. This after the wins, as you evaluate it coming in, it's like, gosh, dang, this is going to be a tough one. And I think they actually separate themselves pretty easily after we get to evaluate these cattle in motion. The heifer that wins reminds me of the heifer that wins the very first class out of the morning, and just the total depth of body, her expression to her side. She lays flat her shoulder, her front knee sits back, very extended up in her front end, fresh from the top of her crest down into her jawline. She's got a little bit of chest, but really goes a little forward more than downward, and I guess I would prefer that. She's a heifer, though, as I evaluate her in this class, she just simply goes the best of anything in this class. She's very feminine, and she's actually got some center leg to her. Her lower one-third is phenomenal, good for hooks to pins. The heifer that comes in second, I love this heifer coming to the ring. She's bold, she's very well presented. All these guys very well presented, very well shown. When she goes in motion, she throws those back legs outside herself a little bit. And I prefer, knowing we got to get her to a big red, knowing we got to get a baby build inside of her. I prefer that top hinges a little better at this stage of her career. I think her front angle of the shoulder is acceptable. I think her knee sits back out of her belongs. I love the length and softness of her pasture. She's got good feet, pretty good headed effort, real good for hooks to pins. as I compare to the heifer that wins this class, I gotta see her go just a little better. At times, right now, even she wants to camp out a little bit on that left foot. She toes out just ever so slightly. Awesome, awesome heifer. This bull rascal here that comes in third. I mean, if you're just after stoutness, that's easily the biggest bone female in this class. You don't have to have a degree in anything to see that. And there's so much I admire about this heifer. What I will say is, it's personal preference of what you like, type and kind. She's a little rounder in her shoulder. She opens up behind her shoulder a little more. Got a little more chest over there at this stage of her career. Now, do I think that's a high quality? No, I think she's very, very high quality. She just doesn't fit maybe type and kind quite exactly. Now, you could say, well, she might be the best runner cow. I'm not going to argue that with you. It's just type and kind. She isn't quite as feminine as what I like. I admire her bone and her stoutness. I do. I like to certainly refine her in her shoulder. That's a hard task to achieve when you get them that stout. To expect them to be flat shouldered too. But that's how I see that happening. Young lady, you got an awful nice heifer here too, and trust me, they threw you into the deep end of the pool with this heifer. She's very, very good. She's as good as any heifer in the class for her flatness of shoulder, extension up to her front. She's good for hooks to pins. She's going to need a body down a little bit, and hopefully as you get her bred early would be my suggestion, because you got her in a nice lean condition. You haven't cooked her. I think her structure's good enough. You got to give her a little more. She's just a tip flatter rib compared to the other three.
Well, as we move into a
These things going in this class. I'm not sure if there's another February class. Just outstanding heifer. She's kind of like I talked about in the last class. Time is going to be on her side. She's probably I'd like to give her a little more true curvature to her rib, but she's deep enough sided. She just needs a little more explosion to her center body outlet. She's huge footed. I love the feet on this heifer. I think her front knee sits back in her optimum. It's good. She's good from hooks to pins. Can I relax that tail head just ever so slightly? Yeah, it's not. It maybe shouldn't even be mentioned because it's not bad. But in a perfect world, I'd probably set that down into her skeleton a little better, and maybe throw just a little more bone her way. But really, really eye appealing, really phenotypically easy on the eyes. She just needs a little more time to get that baby building in her and get a little more explosion to that rib.
congratulations to your class winner, Kennedy Powell. We'd like to welcome back into the ring entry number 2601, Jasper Clark, Compton, Kansas. Entry number 2477, Annalise Benedal, Kingsburg, California. Entry number 5856, Connor Cook, Huntland, Montana. And entry number 878, Kennedy Powell, of Stevensville, Texas.
As we evaluate this division, and quite honestly, as I look through 4 classes, you know, there wasn't a ton of numbers, but certainly the quality stayed true to form. This heifer that wins the first class, I really liked her when she came out of class. These 4 heifers share a commonality in that they bend their hop, they bend their knee, they're long strided, they're long, soft pastures. Some would say, you know, you got to be careful of them real long, soft pastures that you could refer to them as a little coon-footed. And I guess in terms of a female, I guess you do kind of have to watch out for that a little bit, but I'd take that over a stiff, straight pasture on any day. This heifer that wins, wins her class, she love her feet, love her length of pasture, she's soft pasture. When she goes in motion, she moves that top and she moves that knee really, really, really good. She, at times, tends to want to get up to her back, just, you know, and it's often she's right back home for him, so they have to do. Young lady that comes out as a single that you have, that's really, really nice cat. I think that comment was regrettable that we just won in the class. She is high quality. Her shoulders, including her shoulders back, there really isn't much of a change about that heifer. Now, at this young stage of her career, could I tighten her up to her throat match from the top of her crest down to the throat match? That'd be an opportunity I would take if I could, but moves good out of the back too, goes straight north and south on those front two, just really, really good cattle. This heifer that comes out the next class, she's so eye-appealing. When she goes in those, she's another long, soft pasture cattle, good beat. Her angles to her front shoulder. I don't call her straight-footed. I certainly think it's acceptable. If anything, you maybe set her back on that knee just a little. Well, absolutely love her for her center body, love her from hooks to pins. Love watching her walk, her back legs go right in that front foot grip. Really good headed cattle, good from hooks to pins. Very, very well presented. So all of these were very well presented. And then the end of February heifer that comes out of the last class in this division. Big feet. I mean, she's the biggest footed cattle in this lineup, to be sure. And for that, I'm very appreciative. As I talked to her in class, I would want to explode her rib just a little if I could. Not the depth so much as just make her a little more rib curvature. Her angle, her shoulder is pretty good. Like I talked on a few cattle, she's probably not quite as tidy and not as long neck as some of them. I like to tighten her up from the top of the crest down into that jawline. But a really, really nice cattle, good from hooks to pins. Maybe relax that tail head just ever so slightly. So just a little more bone. And I know I could get to sound a little hypocritical because I put a heifer in third a minute ago that was by far the biggest bone heifer in this class. She didn't stand third because she had that big a bone. I just need to refine her and make her a little more feminine. So I would want to shoot just a little more bone her direction. I'll show you my champions in this division.
Congratulations to Connor Cook, Huntley, Montana. We'll now bring in Sophia Benedal of Kingsburg, California. Well, folks, as we bring our class winner.
on her mid body. I mean, the way her rib curvature is, the depth of body certainly matches with the lowest part of her chest. And she's showing just a little bit of fill in that chest. Yeah, just a little bit. Man, you gotta, what really survives her from that is the way her shoulder, the way her neck comes out the top of her shoulder. She just juts up there, very attractive. When she first came in, I wish she was a little longer neck. And maybe in a perfect world, I would stretch her neck out just a little. But that's being pretty nitpicky on a really good heifer. Again, very, very good from hooks to pins. Good through her center corner. Good, got some width and dimension. Still very, very feminine. Is she the biggest bone one we've seen? No. She's very, very highly presented. Very, very well shown. I'd probably throw it just a tick of bone her direction, and that's a really nice one. She's nice headed. She kind of, I think if I could just evaluate her kind of single trader, she's fancy enough for a show heifer. I'm going to make an awesome cow. Just really, really nice. Her presence is excellent. Yeah, I'd like to throw a little more bone in her direction.
Over on the junior market steer side, the reserve British market steer belongs to Mackenzie Kirkcart, Elmo City, Oklahoma. Number 5, early senior heifer calves, September to October of 2023. Welcome to the ring, entry number 4155, Ben Texeria of Terrebonne, Oregon. Entry number 4121, Roy Gibson of Las Lunas, New Mexico. Entry number 2737, Arden Franks, Grass Valley, California. And entry number 1475, Caden Flood, Oakdale, California.
little bit apple-footed by that. I mean, there's not as much surface hits the ground. If you set an apple on the table, you know, on the bottom of that apple, it's not very big, and the center part of it's bigger. She is a little apple-footed. I'd like to change that about her, but I think she's a heifer that certainly goes good enough. There's plenty of condition on her. She's a heifer that I'd probably want to maybe lean her up a little bit going forward, but awesome in the parts that are good. Next comes out of her shoulder. You can see, you know, she's getting a little fatty down in that jawline, and I'd like to change that about her, but she is awfully good in her kind. The struggle for me was 2 and 3 in this class in terms of, and I really did think about putting the third place heifer in second. I'll tell you why I didn't here in a second. Mid-body, great on this heifer. She's a heifer that's good enough up to her front 1/3. She's a heifer, I think her angles off of either end need a little improvement. I think she gets up in her top, she looks a little tight in her spine, and I think it's the way her front two are constructed. I'd like to change that, and I think she's just a tick straight hop. Now this heifer too, and I'm not criticizing anybody's feed program, truly I'm not, because we've shown heifers too, and I know the struggle is real to keep these things lean enough. She's got plenty on her for my liking. I'd like to maybe, before I even work on that, I'd probably like to change her angles off of either end. The heifer that comes in third, this is a problem heifer in this class for me. I mean, she's phenotypically nice to look at. Love her from hooks to pins. I love her levelness, and her width in her pins is certainly adequate. Her barrel is good. Where she gets in trouble for me is she opens up pretty good in her forerib, gets a little rounder in her shoulder. And as lean as they got this heifer, and I appreciate that, I truly appreciate it, she's got quite a bit filling in her chest already, and so that's probably a little concern of mine. I like the angle of her back leg better, and if you want to switch 2 and 3, I won't argue with you. I mean, I think there's a lot of good pieces to that heifer. That's what I see in her, specifically coming out of the back side of the shoulder, from the forerib to the back of the shoulder. Love the way her neck comes out of the top of the shoulder. Very nice heifer. Young man, you got thrown into some pretty deep water here too, and I've said that in the steer show yesterday, and I say it again today, and say that you're in a really nice class. You just got a little bit pretty green yet, okay?
Okay, that's what I saw.
She's pretty good in her lines. I want to see her
Yeah, okay, so
skeleton. She gets a little narrow in the top, a little narrow in her front knee. Big feet. She's probably the best fed heifer in this whole class. Really nice heifer. She just needs a little more time on her feet.
Results from Class 5 of the Open Angus Heifers. Congratulations to Ben Texeria of Terrebonne, Oregon. Second, Caden Flood, Oakdale, California. Third, Arden Franks, Grass Valley, California. Fourth, Roy Gibson of Los Lunas, New Mexico. Entering the ring now is going to be our senior heifer drive of the Open Angus show. We're going to be welcoming you back. Entry number 2252, Samantha Croucher, Crown, California. And entry number 4155, Ben Texeria, Terrebonne, Oregon. As we start into our black-eyed division of our market steer show, I think a nice set of calves that are relatively high quality on the front end, and the young man's calf that leads things off does so for the basic reasons of skeletal quality. Third, Alyssa Welch.
Over here in our division shed, we got a really nice pair of heifers. We've got a single entry heifer that stands in the first hole here. Just phenotypically part. If you walk in the ring and just see them part, she's your heifer. I mean, she looks really, really good there. There's so much to compliment this heifer on. She's got freaky neck, but she's really good neck. I love the way it comes out of the top of her shoulder. She's real fresh up high. She's got just a little bit of chest down low. It kind of all matches up though with her body. Her chest floor is inverted from the lowest part of her rib depth. She's got some curvature to her rib. She's a heifer that's, I think, a little more optimal footed than the heifer that wins the next class in terms of, is it huge? No, I'm not going to try and convince you it's huge. I love the way she's parked, but I love the angle of that hop, just real feminine looking, longevity looking, nice headed, just a really good heifer. Now, I will admit to you, I didn't know what I thought of it when she was out here as a single entry. So often, if they're a single entry or if they're the lead heifer, of course, you have to be that out here. When she doesn't want to lead, she gets just a nickel tight in her spine. I think she does. I've never seen her get to follow another head of cattle. I'd probably like to relax in her spine, but it may just be some her fighting the hump a little bit. The big heifer that comes out of the next class, as I talk to her, she's kind of one of them that she's probably lean enough to compete and probably fat enough for your kind of winner. I'd like to take a little bit away from her. Her chest floor sits in her okay. It more sits forward than it sits low. So I can accept that a little quicker. She's a heifer that's good through her center back. As you can see, as I talk about her condition, she's got quite a bit from the top of her crest down into her jawline. She beats a heifer that was probably even further along than she was. I would like to change her feet a little bit. I'd like to give her a little more action. Foot hits the ground, but she flexes her hop real good, and when she wants to lead, she fills her track good. That's an outstanding pair of heifers. I'll show you the order on that.
Congratulations. Your division winner belongs to Samantha Portrait from Crown, California. And your reserve in the division belongs to Ben Texiria, Hereford, Oregon. Summer yearling heifers capped May through June of 2023. Welcome to the ring, entry number 45, Baby Dutra of Heifer, California. Entry number 4119, Roy Gibson, Las Lunas, New Mexico. Entry number 4120, Roy Gibson, Las Lunas, New Mexico. Entry number 1478, Katie Flood, Oakland, California. And entry number 2849, Colby Powell, Jabal, California. Entry in the ring now is going to be Class 6.
wow. When these come in the ring, 4 really nice heifers, and I'll be real honest with you, when the heifer that's going to end up going second in this class, she's the one that my first glance at, I was like, well, she's probably going to win the class. Then I get evaluating this heifer here, and this is a prime example as far as I'm concerned of having a heifer of this age and have her in this good a shape. Is she fat? Well, she's got some condition on her to be sure, but that's the struggle. As you get these cattle older and further along in their age, if you can keep them looking like this, I love watching this heifer walk. I love the way her front knee sits in her. Is she the most extended fronted cattle I've seen? Well, she doesn't appear to be that way because she's got some condition on her. And you know, you see some of these really elite juvenile heifer calves that are so freaky that, well, you don't know for certain, are they going to be like that when they're calves? And I don't mean they don't need to be freaky then, don't get me wrong, because usually with that freaky neck goes not enough rib curvature and not enough rib depth. So with that being said, I like the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. Has she got a little maturity at the top of her crest? She does. She's a really nice headed heifer. When she goes in motion, she's big barrel. Is it the most extreme I've ever seen? Probably not. But what I want to say about that, for having been in this business all my life, is we go to so many extremes in this business. And one of the extremes right now, and not to make somebody mad, but I think it's the most extreme in Angus, is it all starts with their belly. Okay? And I'm not against that. I love a big barrel one, a deep barrel one. But what she does, she's certainly adequate to the center part of the body, but she's really good coming out the back side of the shoulder. And oftentimes when you get that extreme big rib and curvature and deep body, a lot of times they got to be really good here, because I don't think they come out the back of the shoulder as good as this cattle does. But with the condition they got her in, with the age she is, the way she can get around the ring, good from hooks to pins. To me, she's perfect heifer bone. She's not fine bone, she's not over the top bone. I think it's just really, really nice. I get on both ends of her skeleton, and she's got some chest width and some width through the center part of her quarter. Just a really, really nice heifer. Now, as I admitted, the second place heifer when they first come out, when I got my eyeball on all 4 of these heifers, I thought, she's probably going to win the class. And as I evaluated her, she has no more rib curvature than the heifer that's going to beat her in this class. But I think as far as top side of her skeleton, I just don't think there's as much heifer there. And she's not as strong coming out. She's not bad behind her shoulders, don't get me wrong. But there's just not as much power there as there is in the heifer that beats her. Both heifers, I think, get around the ring really good. That's an awesome pairs. If you want to switch them, you can. I don't think I will. This third place heifer here is a heifer that I really like. She's big, old, square hip in her. She's a heifer that's a little green. Both these heifers are a little green in their condition. She carries down in her stifle probably a little better than the heifer I'll talk about here in a second. As you can see, if you're ringside, she wants to get a little wide and a little out on her front end, but big feet. Both these cattle here, they're bigger footed than the first and second place heifers in this class, and for that I appreciate them. She just needs a little more time. Both these do. That's not excuse making. They're just a little greener in their overall condition. She needs to fill in behind her shoulders just a little better. But I do admire her length and hooks to pins and her squareness in her pin sets. The heifer that comes out next, she's somewhat like her. I don't think her pins sit quite as true and square as the heifer that goes out in third. She's really nice cattle. Her barrel is just as good as the one that goes out ahead of her. She just needs to be a little stouter, a little wider in her pins in order for me to switch that pin. And at times, I think, I'm not trying to embarrass everybody, she needs her feet trimmed, and she seems a little tentative the way she goes off to the front too. But really nice force on the cattle.
Your division winner is going to be Kaylee Flood from California.
So I'm looking forward to getting this heifer back out here in divisions. And I've said it a couple times today, and I'll say it again in terms of, I always want to give a concession to the lead-off heifer or steer, whatever the case might be in a class. You know, the advantage goes to those cattle that got other cattle to follow. She's not leading very good, and I'm questioning whether she gets up in the middle of her back just a little bit. But I don't know that to be the case because she was fighting that halter here, and so many times you'll misdiagnose that, or at least in my opinion. Curvature of her rib is awesome. Lays in her shoulder pretty darn good. Nice and fresh up to her front 1/3. She's a little bit, gives up a little bit of ground in her forerib, the way it joins into the back side of her shoulder, but she's level hip. She's wide enough pin, really good bone, very well presented, very well shown. I'll be anxious to get her back out of here so I can read the top part of her skeleton and see if she's relaxed when she goes, when she's following other cattle, or if she's got a little bit of an issue there. Very nice.
Congratulations to Arden Frank from Grass Valley, California. As she is exit 3, we're going to be moving on to class number 9, Junior Yearling Heifer's Cab, January through February of 2023. I'd like to welcome to the ring, entry number 138, Ethan Stoneberg, Shedd, Oregon. Entry number 1321, Caleb Hall, Emmett, Idaho.
Well, as we move through our black division here in our market steer show, I think there's a lot of differences in terms of types and kinds in this particular class, and this would be
Second, Aiden Walker of Meade, Oklahoma. Umpagua, Oregon.
Here in this class of January, February heifers, got a really nice pair of heifers. It's been a little more of a challenge for me to sort all these two, to be just frank and honest with you, and I'll tell you the reason. The heifer that wins, I think, the longer I look at it, like, yeah, she's got to win this class. Very, very, very feminine and very fresh up to her front 1/3. Love her from the top of her crest down. She's a really nice-headed heifer. I would like that, but this is going to sound maybe a little corny, but I would like to wide muzzle. She's just a little narrow face. But behind that, a lot of times when you see that, there's just not a lot of cattle behind it, and that's not the case with her. She's better behind her shoulder than the heifer that's going to go second in this class. She probably is gives up a little for bone work as far as the one that stands behind her, but her levelness from hooks to pins is really good. Her pin width could be a little wider, and I'll admit that to you. Man, on the stand, she is really, really nice to look at. She's a heifer that flexes that back top really good. She's got some room. She's got nice feet. She's got length in her pastures. She stays within inside of herself when she goes. Just a really, really nice, really fresh heifer. On both these heifers, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'd like to see a little more underdevelopment for their stage in their career. You could argue, well, the one in second's got a little more sign of underdevelopment than the one you use, and she does. But now I'll talk about this heifer. This is a really good cattle, and she is wider in her pin set than the heifer that beats her in this class. She's probably wider than her center of the quarter. As I evaluate her, though, she throws a little way in her chest forward. She's a heifer that, as I evaluate her on the top side of her skeleton, and you can see it kind of there when the young man gets in front, he does an awesome job showing it. There just isn't as much cow in the top 1/3 of this heifer. She breaks a little behind her shoulder, and then she's from hooks to pins. She's a heifer that, it's adequate. She's bigger bone than the one that beats her, but I think just overall, under all that beautiful hair, I just don't think there's as much heifer there. I want them to stay feminine, I want them to stay really elite looking, but under all that beautiful hair, I just don't think there's as much heifer there, specifically in the top 3rd of her skeleton.
Congratulations to Ethan Strobler, Shed, Oregon. Second, Ken Hall, Emmett, Idaho. We're now going to be moving into our division draw. Welcome to be back. Entry number 739, Arden Franks, Grass Valley, California. And entry number 138, Ethan Stoneberg, Shed, Oregon. In the ring now for our junior market steers, it's going to be class 7 of the black.
So in this pair of heifers for this division, I want to thank the young man in the pink shirt there for being a good sport, and because he really didn't have to. I asked, this was a heifer that come in as a single entry, and I commented, you know, it's such a disadvantage when cattle don't have something to follow. The lead gap in every class is at somewhat of a disadvantage. And so I wanted to see how she was in her top line, the top part of her skeleton. So the young man agreed to go first, which he wouldn't have had to, because now they're back in the order they belong. I do see this heifer as, I think the issue is on this heifer, as nice as she is, and there's so many good attributes. I love her freshness and her length of her front end. She's really good bone. So many of these cattle are so immaculately fit, and I really appreciate that. I know how much time that takes, and so I'm appreciative of that. She's no exception. Beautiful through her center body. Does she have as much true forerib going into the backside of the shoulder as what I think she should? I'd like to give her a little more advantage there, to be quite honest about it. I think her issue is, I think she's just a nickel straight fronted, and when she goes, as I evaluated it, when she had the opportunity to follow that heifer that stands behind her, I think she paddles those front two a little bit, but that's an outstanding heifer. She's a heifer that's, I guess you could argue the bone on these heifers, which one's got more bone. I think the one in the lead is a little bigger bone. This heifer here is really nice, really eye-appealing, really feminine. Love the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. Good through her center body. Good enough from hooks to pins. Good enough bone, not over the top bone, but certainly good enough. And I think as eye-appealing and attractive and feminine as she is, I think there's still enough heifer there. Just a really, really nice pair of heifers. Oh man, I think he'll be the champion of this division.
Congratulations to Ethan Stoneberg of Shed, Oregon. We're now going to be bringing in the second place individual from that class, entry number 1321, Caleb Hall of Emmett, Idaho. Congratulations to Caleb Hall of Emmett, Idaho. .138, Ethan Stoneberg.
So as we wrap up our Angus drive, and quite impressive it was to be sure, the heifer that wins that first division is is a heifer that I dig the way this heifer's made. She's really, really good for her center body. You know what, I'll make a comment about this heifer as far as I love the eliteness and the freshness through her front 1/3. But I also know that as you feed these heifers, as I go down the line here and talk about some of these other heifers that got a little more condition on them, you know, there's a long road to go with this heifer yet. And so, with that being said, what will her neck look like as a big bred? Now, I'm not that guy that thinks that a calf can't win. Certainly not that guy. I mean, I think that the calf's outstanding. And this is a darn good heifer, to be sure. Just the first thing we got to talk about her is her rib shape and rib depth. Her chest is inverted from the depth of her rib, and she's still relatively good behind her shoulders. Again, like I stated, I love the way her neck comes out of her. She's a heifer that's so elite and so fresh up in her front 1/3. As I evaluate her, would I say she just blows you away from hooks to pins? No, but is she adequate? She certainly is. And then you put her in motion, and she certainly does so. Now, out here for this drive, she looks to me like just ever so slightly she's laboring off her left foot, just a tick. Now, maybe I'm not seeing what I think I'm seeing, but as she goes around her, and this is soft condition, so that's one thing that I'm questioning on her right now. Just a tick. It's certainly not looking unsound or anything, but it looks like she's favored it just a little bit. The heifer that comes out of the second class, second division, excuse me, just really nice. Kind of I think I evaluated her as a show heifer and cow spec. She's really, really nice. She's a heifer. I love the way she comes out of the top of her shoulder. She's a heifer that I think at her young stage of her career, she concerns me just a little bit on if you can keep the condition off of her to keep her going. I'm not saying you can't, certainly not, but I know that struggle is real, and so that's a really, really good cattle. I want to compliment the fitters on these cattle. Man, you got these things dialed in to be sure. Every one of these heifers out here. The big heifer that comes out of the 3rd division, you know, I talked to her in class when she first come in. She didn't hit me as hard as she did after I actually got studying in her and the others. Big bone, beautiful through her center body. You know, you could say, well, is she extended enough in the front? Well, she's a big bred. I mean, to me, she is. I think her chest, I think they've done a wonderful job on this heifer, keeping her lean enough to be a champion and keeping her conditioned enough to be a champion. Her hock sets in her good. I really like watching this heifer walk. I like the way her knee sets back in her. I think she's good-footed. I wouldn't call her immaculately huge-footed, but I think it's certainly acceptable. Love the way her tailhead sits into her spine, really wide pin, and still very, very feminine. The heifer that comes out of the 4th division, as I talked to, really, really good cattle. Pretty darn good in her top line. She beats a heifer that I thought there was more true cow coming out of the back of her shoulder, back into her loin. Good enough from hooks to pins, beautiful through her center body, beautiful and fresh up through her front 1/3. I know this sounds nitpicky. She's just a little narrow muzzle. I wish there was a little more width to her muscle. Not thinking like a steer guy. Truly I'm not, but I'd like to make that a little different on this heifer. I think maybe I don't typically ask the crowd for a round of applause for these kids, but I think in this Angus drive, these kids deserve a round of applause. I'll show you the champions. Over here on the Angus side, we got, my understanding, a single cow-calf pair. That's regrettable because this is a nice pair. This cow is so elongated from her pole to the back of her tailhead. She's level, you know, she's nursing down a calf, and usually that they give up from hooks to pins, and they give up behind their shoulders when they start nursing down like that, and she certainly hasn't. She's nicely presented. I think she's a cow that's real sound, raising her darn nice. I asked the lady alongside since she was a main calf, so that cow is certainly doing her job, putting forth an effort. You know, I'd maybe like to square her up just ever so slightly, but she's good from hooks to pins. I think her tailhead's fine. In a perfect world, I'd probably, before she comes back out, or maybe this is the last time I'll see her, I'd probably take away that hair off top of her tailhead because it throws her a little out of balance. So I don't think balance is a problem on this cow, specifically since she's working like she's working. The calf's got some explosion in his rib. Could he be a little more acceptable in his front one third? Yeah, probably. I'd probably like to make the distance from the top of his crest down into his jawline a little lesser. And maybe at this early stage of a May bull calf's career, maybe tighten that chest up a little bit. He's very loose structured. He shows me signs of good growth. He's adequate in his bone. His testicular looks really good for a calf that young. That's an outstanding pair. I wish we had some others to compare it to because that one's really nice.
Congratulations to your champion cow-calf pair. Belongs to Keegan the Cat of Fort Sumner, New Mexico. In the ring now for the junior market steers is class of the black
So we've got some youth in this trio of bulls, a March to Mays. They didn't come in this order, of course, and we kind of shuffled them around. So the young lady in the red sweater, her calf just wasn't, he'll get better as time goes on, but he just didn't really want to be a show bull yet today. The bull that wins this class, is this subsequently a division? And subsequently a division. I mean, he's a no-brainer. I mean, he's good. He's really good as far as the way God designed this bull. He's good in his lines. He's good from hooks to pins. Long, soft pasture. What he does that I don't love is when he goes in motion, not always, but he's not as comfortable with them ankles as I wish. He's got pretty good curvature to that hop, and so it really doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, am I going to try and convince you on the other side of the fence that he couldn't set back at his angle on those front two just a little? I'm not going to try and convince you that, but phenotypically, he's got to win this class. He's so extended up to his front, and being that way, he's got a lot of power to him. He's got a lot of loin, he's got a lot of top, real good in his rib shape, good to the center part of his quarter, very good testicular development. The bull that comes in second, that's a high quality bull to be sure also. I think he's just a tick straight fronted, and I'd like to change that about him. And as I compare him to the bull that wins the class, I don't think there's as much true bull coming out the back of his shoulder. He gets a little refined, he gets a little tight in his forerib, but I do appreciate his barrel. His testicular development is really good. He's good from hooks to pins. Not quite as tidy in his chest flowing up through his throat latch as the bull goes first, but a nice performing calf, really good quality. Young lady with the younger bull, I don't expect him to be as big. He's a bull that I think he just need, if I gotta get him any higher, I gotta balance, I gotta bring him along a little more performance-wise. Let's start there. Very good quality, good in his top line in terms of from his mid-back to his pin set. He drops in his top just a little, just not quite as much quality coming out of the back of his shoulder. And then I'd want to, in a perfect world, I want to balance it up, drop him down in that flank a little bit. Really nice trio of bulls. That's the difference as I see them.
Seljoy. New Mexico. Elizabeth Covey of Van Buren, Arkansas. Was we continue into the black-hided market.
bulls, and subsequently these will be your champion and reserve champion of this division. I've opted to go with the bull. If you were just going to single trait these bulls, it'd be balanced. The bull that wins this division, he's definitely got the advantage with balance. A lot of quality in the top of this one's skeletal. Man, he's got muscle rippling in his back, pretty good behind his shoulders, sits a little better in his chest, and a little more extended up in his front than the bull that's going to go second in this class and subsequently reserve in the division. He's a good sheep bull. He's good from hooks to pins. Good square testicles on this bull. Got nice feet. He's an obvious choice for me, and he's nice-headed livestock. The bull that comes second in this class, as I started the comment, was just balance. I mean, that's a good bull. He's good. His rib shape is certainly adequate. Not quite as attractive from his chest down to his jawline. And I realize we're looking at bulls, and they're going to be more mature that way. One of the deciding factors for me, first and foremost, was balance, and I think that would be fairly obvious in this pair. I wish the testicular development on this bull was different. He's got his right, doesn't hang down as level as it should, but sometimes they just do that. But at any rate, he's a bull, and he's nice enough in his bone. He's setting up on that left hind just ever so slightly, but really good quality. I got to make him a little better on the top part of his skull, coming out of the back side of his shoulder, dropping down to his flank. I'm going to consider putting him on the top of that division leader.
Elizabeth Covey, Van Buren, Arkansas. Second, Cornerstone Ranch Incorporated, Fort Sumner, New Mexico. New Mexico. And Eric Seljoy of Baker City, Oregon.
As far as the balance of this bull that's going to win this class division, that's a power animal right there. He's really good for the hooks to pins. Love him to his center body. nice shoulder for as much product as he's got behind. He's wide loin, he's good coming out of the back of his shoulder. I asked the gentleman to maybe let him go a little faster, and when he did, I'm not going to try to convince you that I wish maybe he'd bent his hop just a little better, and he wants to get outside of himself just ever so slightly. And so if I'm holding on to that bull and the judge says that about my bull, I'm like, well, you're getting pretty nitpicky here, and I am, and that's a dang good bull. I really, really appreciate that bull. To be that old, to be still that phenotypically good, that stout, very well presented, just really nice. Off of both ends of his skeleton, he's got some width between those front two, and some, he squares up good on those back two. Good testicle development. That's an outstanding bull. The bull that comes in second, nice performing bull, loose hiding. He's a bull, as you talk, you can see what I can see. He's a bull that just doesn't balance up, specifically in his top line, right behind his shoulders there, and then I want to pick his pins up. He's good, yeah, he is. He's a good bull. He's a bull that balance on his top side of his skeleton. I got to drop him down in his flank and just balance him up, give him a little more phenotypical look. Outstanding pair of bulls and division winners in Missouri.
And entry number 6010, Eric Seljo.
Breeders and people that are in ownership of these cattle are pretty proud of this breed in terms of the quality that we've seen, and not a tremendous amount ahead, but the quality truly was very good. This bull calf that wins the first division, he is no exception. As far as the way he's designed, there's really not a whole lot you want to change about this calf through my eyes and in my opinion. Lays nice on his shoulder, but got a big old hip. He's made like a bull. He's masculine looking, but still got an awesome show ring look. I think his front knee sits in him really good. He's got some angle there. The one thing I'd change about this bull, and maybe it'll get better as time goes on, I don't know. So I'm admitting I don't know. I don't like the way he gets up on his ankles. And it's not a deal where he does it once every 10 steps. He's fairly consistent at it. And I just wonder going forward, as good as that, and I like that guy, that rascal. I really, really do. I wish he was more relaxed at the ground. And if you just walk in the ring and just look at him park, like, oh, I'll bet that thing goes like a cat. And he could go better at the ground, I admit that, because he's got long, soft pasterns, he's got good feet, maybe is this first time he's ever been shown? Maybe that's what it is. So going forward, I could see this calf being really good. But he, to me, to be big time, big player, he's going to have to get a little more relaxed at the ground for me. In the second division, this bull, we talked about balance is what wins it for this bull, and it definitely did. As far as any bull out here, he's got so much quality in his top 1/3. Man, his whole top and loin just scream muscle when he goes. Pretty good behind his shoulders. He's a bull that's, I'll call him adequate bone. He's not large bone, but just really good. I love his elongated look. He's probably the longest hip bull out here. From his hip bone to his pin set, he's really elongated, and I really appreciate that about him. The only bull out of the big division, I've made it no secret, I really like this calf. I mean, I love his center body. To lay in his shoulder like he does, to have that much true shape and barrel. Big old square hip on this calf. Love him in his underline. His chest sits in him. I mean, he's nice headed. He's a bull that I think when he goes in motion, there was times when he wanted to go, when he wasn't fighting that halter. He still gets outside of himself just ever so slightly, He don't get up on his ankles. He throws that hop just ever so slightly. And when he did want to go, he come about a hoof length width short of making his stride. That's picking on a really, really good bull. He'll be your champion.
Your champion Angus bull belongs to Eric Seljoy of Baker City, Oregon. Of Baker City, Oregon. Well, folks, over here, we continue to our last class of our black hide division. We've got
entry here in these Brahmans. This is an April heifer, and I'm not going to pretend, I'm not a good pretender. I don't see a lot of these cattle where I'm from. They're more southern cattle. High quality, though. I love the way this heifer can get out and go. We're going to be anxious to see her back out here with some of her peers, so she wants to go, because when she did go, she kind of ran a little bit. It's hard to evaluate. I think her feet are fine. She's a heifer that's got some real muscle in her top. She's got nice bend in her hind leg. She moves good. Just really nice. I'm anxious to get these back out here and look at them together. Tremendous in her top as far as muscle and product. Really nice heifer to start this drive. I think her angle in her front feet, she goes a little out on her right front. Maybe not even worth mentioning. I do think her angle could be a little better. Set that knee back up, but a very nice heifer to start this drive.
Congratulations to Brock Sockwell, Campbell, Texas. We're going to go over to class number 9 for the results of our market steers class. Your winner is going to be Reed.
Good, maybe I could widen that back foot, maybe shows me just a little signal of wanting to roll just a little bit. That's critical. Man, this thing is big top, good behind her shoulders, high quality to be sure. I'll be anxious as we get these, and as I confess, we don't see a lot of these. I live in Wisconsin, it was -3 degrees there the other day, so we don't see a lot of these cattle, but quality is quality. Love her coming out of the back of her shoulder, real wide loin. You get behind her, she's really wide in her pin set, just a really nice single entry heifer. Thank you.
Congratulations to Katie Burnett from Madonia, Texas. Coming in the ring now is going to be class number 9 of the Brahman Open Brahman Show. Junior yearling heifers calves January through February 2023. Looking for entry number 2269, Katie Burnett, Madonia, Texas. Entry number 335, Taylor Rowland, Peralta, New Mexico.
In this Brahman class, this will also be a division, I'm told. With that being said, I'm going to leave these cattle the way they came to me. You know, on the gentleman leading the first heifer, I commented as he went past, man, she got big old feet, a nice toe spread, and he thanked me, and then I saw this other one come out, holy moly, she got big feet too. I love cattle with some running gear under them. This heifer, I love her. I can watch this one all day long. I think the angle to her front end is a little superior to the heifer that goes second. A lot of product coming out of the back of her shoulder. Sits up in her pins just a little more than the heifer that goes second in this class. Nice bone work under her. I think that's an outstanding individual. And like I said, when she goes in motion, you know, we got to make count. I mean, I feel kind of the same way about the steers. I think they still got to be able to walk, although I don't want to just single trade anything. But I love watching her heifer walk. She reaches good. I think her angle off her front end is what causes her to be that way. This dark heifer that goes second in class, big feet. Her feet are bigger than the one that wins the class. I think she just doesn't try to get it quite as much. I think when she goes, now standing there, I'd probably just evaluate hers. Her angle on her front end is okay. I think she's a little more restricted when she goes in motion compared to the heifer that's going to win the class. Big sided, both of these cattle. Really nice pair of heifers.
Congratulations to Katie Burnett, Madonia, Texas. Reserve, Taylor Rowan, Alton, Mexico.
wrap up the female side of it. The white heifer or the gray heifer that comes in the first class, like I said, she comes in and nothing to compare to. Really, really high quality. Absolutely love her at the ground, from her dewclaw to the ground. I love her angle and her slope to her pasture. She is just, as I compare her behind her, she's just a little straighter hawk. She does flex her pasture good. I think she jams that hawk in just a little rough when she goes, but man, she's high quality. Maybe, I know she's younger, I would probably like to give her a little more true side, to a little more body, if you will. We'll call her the rusty colored heifer that comes out of the next single class. Really, really good. She is so deep-sided and so much product coming out of the back of her shoulder. She's a heifer, as I commented in class. I think she's long-footed. She's a little narrow-footed. I think as a result, she rolls on the outside wall just a little. As you see her part there, excuse me, as good as she is, she's probably just a little straight hawk and a little narrow-footed. I think that's subsequent to what causes her to be just a little tentative at the ground. She doesn't snap her ankles, but she's a little more rigid on it than I think is optimal, but high quality. The red heifer, I'm not good at colors. The red heifer that wins the class in the big division, just again, very soft-sided. I can watch this heifer walk all day. Her angle to her front shoulder is good. Her knee sits back there. She's big-footed, soft-sided, a lot of product in her top. She's nice from hooks to pins. Just a really high-quality, big-bone heifer. She'll be your champion.
Congratulations, your champion, Brahman heifer. Belongs to Katie Burnett, Peralta, New Mexico. I'm sorry, Ladonia, Texas. The champion, Brahman female, is going to receive a mercantile gift card sponsored by the Arizona National Livestock Show. A banner donated by Sartwell Brahman Ranch. Mr. Jim Sartwell III. Over on the prospect steer side, results from our division drive. Your division champion of the black division market steers belongs to Kira Noble, Crockett, Texas. And the reserve belongs to Breed Pratt, Pueblo, Colorado. The champion black market steer is going to receive a buckle donated by Hall Ranchers Trevor and Marcy Hall, and also a banner that was donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show. Premium of $500 donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show. The reserve champion black market steer is going to receive a banner donated by Flying In Ranch, Ms. Kit Metzger. A premium of $300 donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show. Please give our sponsors a big round of applause.
So as I identify with this reserve in this Brahman drive, the white heifer, gray heifer, as I expressed, really like the heifer. As I compare her, and granted she's younger, and with time I hope they'll get better. We get her bred. I want to drop her in her barrel just a little bit to compare to what's behind her, and just a nipple straight hawk. I love her pastures. She gets a little restricted in her hawk. To me, what I'm struggling with this pair on second division and third division is I've got a little issues on both ends of these cattle. I love this heifer. She come out with us as a single. Love her side, love her product in her top. Her pin placement is so good. She's a little straight hawk, and it causes her to get a little iffy on her back too. With that being said, I think the angle in her front shoulder is a little better, and I don't think she labors as much when she goes in motion as the big red heifer. So that's what I'm struggling with. The big red heifer, I just love the side of this heifer, her expression of rib, her depth of body. She's a heifer, as I said, she gets big feet. I mean, I can't exaggerate how big-footed this one is. I told you before, when the other one that just won come in, I told the exhibiter, you got a big-footed heifer there, and I appreciate that. And as she walked by, I saw this one, her feet are even bigger, and I really, really appreciate that. I do wish her angle to her shoulder was just a little better. With that being said, I'm going to go with the young lady out of the middle division.
Congratulations to your reserve champion. Brahman heifer belongs to Katie Burnett of Adonia, Texas.
Katie's gonna go get her bull and bring it up. We've got a little bit of
Division started, this breed started, I confess that I don't see a lot of these cattle, and I'm not very good at attendance, so I thought, well, we might as well get that out there first. But good cattle are good cattle, and I'm impressed with this guy here. I love the feet work, I love the flex to his hop, the softness of his pastures. I asked this young lady, and she said he's been out breeding cows, and for him to maintain his top line, back, so much shape and design out in his hips. I'm sincere when I say this. I wish there was other bulls to compare him to, because in my opinion, having already confessed that I don't see a ton of these, that's pretty good beast right there, I'd say. Nice.
Your champion. Brahman bull belongs to entry number 2270, Katie Burnett, Adonia, Texas. Ring, class number 1, junior heifer calves have honor after March 1st of 2024. Welcome to the ring, entry number 5519, Grace Carpenter of Hatch, New Mexico. Well, folks, as we move into our red height division of the Market Steer Show, there's just
Angus, we've actually got quite an age spread here. We got a February to start the class and an April coming in behind her. They're not placed in terms of biggest wins. They're just, as far as quality, I think this heifer is really nice. This Angus heifer in this class. If we can drop her down in her side and explode her rib a little bit, man, she's got everything else. Her neck comes out of her shoulder real fresh and feminine, pretty good behind her shoulders. I think when she gets real relaxed and wants to be a show heifer, I think her pin set is okay. When she goes in motion, it looks pretty good. When it stops her, she wants to roll off her hook just a little bit. And she could be just a little softer on the ground. Her reach is really good. And just really phenotypically nice. Let's soften her up on her side and make her just a little more flexible at the ground. Really nice heifer. Then we drop down to the younger heifer. I don't expect her to be as big. She's not second because she's not as big. She just balance. I like the chest floor of the heifer that wins and the extension, the freshness on her young age as an April. I'm not overly concerned about it, but it's just not as fresh and feminine from the top of her crest down into her jawline, down into her chest floor. Really nice heifer. She, like the heifer that wins this class, I could relax her at the ground just ever so slightly, and I could blow her pins apart just a little bit if I'm going to consider using the young heifer in this class. Nice pair of heifers, quite an age spread between. And this another single entry in our division winner here this April heifer. Just really nice in her type and kind. She's a heifer that I'm going to call her adequate for her center body. Maybe just a little flatter rib maybe than I think is optimum. Big feet. And, I've talked about that on about everything that we've seen today, and they're exceptional in their foot size. She's a heifer that I think her angle in front end is okay. Would I like to freshen her up in her front 1/3? Yeah, I would. I'd like to make she gets a little bit masculine in her chest and up at the top of her crest down into her jawline. She's a heifer that I think as I evaluate her, she goes in motion good enough. I think I could pick her loin up a little bit in a perfect world. I think her tailhead sits in her okay, but I think her loin drops out of her just a little bit. Nice heifer. We'll get them back out here to evaluate them against her peers.
Congratulations, your division champion belongs to Texan Ralston, Groover, Texas. We are now moving into our champion Angus female draw. Welcome back into the ring, entry number 1287, Brody Livestock of Stevensville, Texas. And entry number 1708, Texan Ralston of Groover, Texas.
So, and then these ones will go.
And then that will be Alex Steve's brand checks.
Overall.
Angus heifers, as nice as both of them are, there's an obstacle in the way as far as picking who gets to win this drive. The heifer that wins out of the first class, she's obviously the phenotype of the two. She's very extended, she lays nice on her shoulder. I'd like to see this heifer when she decides she wants to be a show heifer, because the whole, nothing wrong with gentlemen's doing showing, just she wants to rush him all the time. I'm not making excuses for her, but I know when cattle drag or when cattle go fast, a lot of times I don't like what they're doing at their ankles, and she's rushed him the whole time. I think her front angles are really good. I think she lays flat in her shoulder like a female should. She's nice and extended. She's kind of flat neck and flat shouldered. I like that about her. She's got some barrel to her. You certainly can't call her flat rib. Can I make her a little softer sided? Yeah, that'd be an option I'd like to take. She's real good in her top line, really good out her loin, really good from hooks to pins. The contrast to her is the heifer that comes out of the next class, the next division, in terms of, you could say, well, she's softer sided, and that would be an obvious. She is. Balance, we talked in the Angus bulls, we talked in the Angus heifers. Balance is what gets her in a little bit of trouble when I'm comparing her to the February heifer in terms of, yes, she's deeper body, but there's just a little more masculinity in her front one third. And I think if she was stronger in her loin, she'd be in a harder contention to win this part of it. But with that being said, it's an optical illusion on that heifer. You think, oh, her tailhead isn't quite right. And I don't think her tailhead's bad at all. I think she dips in her loin, and so I think that tailhead looks like it sets up in her. She can get a little base narrow behind on occasion, but an awful nice heifer. I'm going to go with the February heifer to win this.
Congratulations, your champion Angus heifer belongs to Brody Livestock of Stevensville, Texas. Please make sure
So we've switched the way these heifers come in the ring. The obvious older heifer is going to win this class. She's just so bold in the center part of her body. I love her rib expression and her rib depth. She's real good from hooks to pins. Excuse me. She's a heifer that lays pretty good in her shoulder. Could I change it? I'd like to pick that chest bone up in her just a little. I think she's extended enough in her front end. She's got nice bone, big feet, wide pin set in this heifer, just high quality. The heifer that comes second in this class, and they're not it's a big contrast between the two in terms of, while I know the heifer in second is a May calf, and we got a September yearling in front of her. I wonder where we're going to be on true rib shape and design in this heifer. I really like her quality. I could shoot a little more bone her direction. She's pretty good from hooks to pins. She's a heifer that when she goes in motion, and this is the part that I think anybody that stands out here with a microphone in their hand will have to admit. When they fight the halter like that, it's really hard to see exactly what you're looking at the ground. I mean, I think I'm just being honest with you. I wish she was a little more relaxed at the ground, and probably like to throw just a little more substance of bone her way. Flat, give her a little more true expression of rib, and even though she's younger, she probably wins this class.
Good.
Congratulations, your champion ultraback female belongs to entry number 1176, Grace Carpenter of Hatch, New Mexico. And your reserve ultra black Angus belongs to entry number 4812, Rihanna Shepherd of Madonia, Texas. We'll now be bringing back in our champion Angus heifer and our champion ultra black Angus heifer for the supreme drive of the Alex Dees Angus show.
So as we wrap up our Brangus, and we show the Brangus and the Ultra Blacks is Ultra Brangus as one. The heifer that comes in first in the ring, that heifer's pretty darn exceptional in terms of flatness of shoulder, extension up through her front end. She's not deep body, but she's good barrel. I mean, you stand behind her, her rib curvature is really, really good. I think as we go forward with this heifer and get a baby building inside of her, I think that heifer is really, really nice. Now, would I like to drop her in her flank? I like her rib. I don't try to convince you that she's the deepest body. She's not the deepest body. That's the one I'm going to talk about in a minute. Her curvature is excellent. The way her rib comes out of her top skeletal is excellent. She's good, real good from hooks to pins. When she wants to be a show heifer and walk, not goofy, she does pretty good at those ankles. I'm not trying to convince you it's perfect, but it gets better when she gets better. The heifer that comes out of the next division, just real soggy-sided kind of cattle, just doesn't quite as balanced. She's good from hooks to pins. I actually think when you put a little hair on that heifer that leads the first division, I think when you put hair on that heifer and get a baby building inside of her, she's going to be pretty darn exceptional. But I like this heifer too for different reasons. They don't fit together. I'm not going to try and convince you to do. I'm going to go with the younger February heifer to win.
Your supreme champion female show belongs to entry number 1287, Brody Weststein of Stephenville, Texas. And your reserve supreme champion of the Alex Dees Angus show belongs to Grace Carpenter of Hatch.
kick off the Charolais drive in terms of a really fancy heifer. Not only is she fancy, there's a lot to this heifer. She's a good looker for sure. She's a heifer that's good in her barrel. She's good in her, I love her extension and femininity up front. I'm going to evaluate her structure when she comes back out here. I just think we need to have some other peers out here that she can follow. Does she get just the Nicholas straight? I'm questioning that as she's back out again. I love her design. I love her top line, wide pin, good from hooks to pins, good through the center part of her body, and still highly feminine. I like this heifer a great deal. I want to see her back out here when we can let her go in a natural motion and see how she does with that.
Your winner from Class 1 of our Open Charolais Cattle Show belongs to entry number 4165, Lexi Thomas of Portales, New Mexico. Coming in the ring now is going to be Class 3 Junior Heifer Calf January 2024. We're looking for entry number 4166, Lexi Thomas of Portales, New Mexico.
December heifer, and she's pretty darn good. She's really good to her center body. For as much power she has, she lays pretty good in that shoulder. She's a heifer that I think flexes good enough in that hock. She's nice-footed. Her extension up front is pretty darn good. I'd like to relax her tail head just a little bit, but as an Angus heifer I talked earlier today, she kind of fits both criteria as far as I'm concerned. She's a cow and a show heifer. Is she just jacked up, elite looking as a show heifer? No, but she gets close. That thing is so good to her center body, so good from hooks to pins, good in her loin. Really nice heifer here in this December guard.
Congratulations to entry number 4809, Georgia Cadell of Ladonia, Texas. Results from Class 13 of your Smoke Market Series. Congratulations to Sadie Wynn of Newcastle, Oklahoma. Second, Madeline Chickens of Perryton. Of the Smoke Market Series. Is class number 6, late summer yearling Heifers, capped July through August of 2023. Welcome to the ring, entry number 4807, Georgia Cadell from Ladonia, Texas.
So as the two Charolais have proceeded this one, I am anxious. I think the quality entry here was superb. With that being said, coming out as single entries, I'm questioning the overall movement of all three heifers. This heifer to me is kind of a combination of the heifer that wins the first class in the division and the heifer that wins the last class and subsequently the division. She's elongated enough up to her front end. She's pretty flat shouldered. She's pretty darn good in her rib, not as pronounced in her rib cage as the one that wins the last division, but certainly adequate. Pretty good from hooks to pins. Now, when she goes in motion with no other cattle out here, I think she gets outside of herself and a little tentative at the ground. But I may change my mind when I get out there and she's just not standing out in the middle of a sand ring with no other buddies to be around. I want to see her get a little more comfort level and what she does off those back two. But I think that's an outstanding heifer, really good from hooks to pins. Got a little bit of fat bone starting there right around her tail head, but boy, you don't evaluate her for the size. I think they got her over conditioned. She's a really nice heifer. Maybe what I think the issue might be on her movement, but we'll see when we get back out here. If she's just a tick narrow from behind and not as comfortable at that ankle, we'll see here in a second.
Congratulations, your division champion belongs to Georgia Cadell from Ladonia, Texas. Well, as we move into our final class here, they tell me on the smokes, I think Your reserve in the division belongs to Grace Erickson of Whitewater, Colorado. We are now going to be moving into the champion selection of our Open Charolais division. Coming back into the ring is the entry number 4166, Lexi Thomas of Portales, New Mexico. Entry number 4809, Georgia Goodell of Ladonia, Texas. Entry number 4807, Georgia Goodell, Ladonia, Texas. And entry number 4164, Lexi Thomas of Portales, New Mexico.
So over here on the Charolais side, I'd say if I was just to walk up ringside right now and see this set of 4 heifers representing their divisions, Parker, holy moly, that division was tough, and it was. I'm also going to say, I don't want to go negative over here, I wish every one of these heifers moved just a little bit different. So you come in the ring and you see that one stand in front, oh my gosh, she's got all the look in the world. Little younger, she's a heifer that's good enough in her barrel, not exceedingly good, but certainly good. Her barrel's good, I wish she was a little deeper. I think her Angus off either end, and I hope I'm wrong. Anything I say about these heifers, I hope this summer anyone can come up and say, sir, you were wrong about that. But I do think all 4 of these can move a little better, and I think it all transpires out of the top. They get outside themselves just a little, and a couple of them get just a little straight in their pastures. The heifer that comes out of the 2nd division, I comment on this one. This one's a show heifer and a cow, and I still feel that way. She is the best heifer out here as far as her barrel, her curvature to her rib, her depth of body. She's not super freak fronted, but she's good enough, and a lot of times, you get that little jaw under their chin, and that just coincides with the massive power she has. As I described her in division, could I relax her tail head just a little? Yes, I would. But before I worry about that, I want her to quit walking outside of herself. She just doesn't bend that hop with the true flexibility that I think she should. So now the heifer I'm going to talk now out of the 3rd division. Same thing. Awesome heifer. I think I talked this heifer when she came out that she was kind of a combination of 1 and 2. And I still feel a little bit that way. I think she's nice bone. I think she's good barrel. She's plenty good barrel. She's not as good barrel as the heifer that stands right in front of her. At times, I think her shoulder looks a little straight. And I'm not trying to beat up on them because I'm telling you, this division was really good. Movement on all of them, I wish was just a little better. I'm just being honest with you, this one included. Really like her from hooks to pins. Good enough to her center body. Pretty darn good to her center body. I want you to set those front feet a little better. But a really nice heifer. And then the heifer that comes out of the 4th division, she beats a heifer in class. It was somewhat like her. This heifer just more pronounced and powerful in her pin width and her pin set. Her pin set sat up more level. Really a nice heifer. I do think no matter what I do here, someone on the sideline is going to say, well, I don't know if that heifer used was quite as sound as I'd like to be one. And I agree with you. I'd like to change the movement on these heifers just ever so slightly. I'm going to circle 2 heifers, just not the whole ring. I'm going to decide here in just a second.
Charolais heifer belongs to Georgia Goodell of Ladonia, Texas.
JD, we're ready over here.
And you reserve Charolais open heifer belongs to Georgia Goodell of Ladonia, Texas. Fernando Corona Melendez of Ashland, Oregon. Over on the junior market steer side, I'd like to welcome to the ring class 15 of all of the colors. In the ring now is going to be entry number
Late there, boy, what a nice representation. You know, my first thought selection, I was like, well, that cow's dry. And she is, but to your credit, they weaned this April calf, and she done a whale of a job on this calf. He's real structured, he's good moving, he bends his hop good, really good from hooks to pins, good in his barrel. She's doing an awesome job. Now, you can tell by looking at her top that she's drawn down a little. But the young man says that calf's been holding off her for about 6 minutes. So I applaud you for getting her off the cow. She's good enough for a barrel and all the wanted big bone, really soft on the past, good enough for pins. And then she puts this kind of bull calf on the ground. It's quite exceptional. She does a really good job.
Congratulations to your champion cow pair, Fernando Corona Melendez of Ashland, Oregon.
and an April calf. And I would just say about the February, it's hard to design one like this. He's so good in his lines and still got a lot of power. Is he the soggiest bodied animal we've seen? No, but it's certainly adequate, and I love his rib shape. I love the way his rib comes out of his spine. He's certainly not flat rib. He lays good in that shoulder. I think his angle to his shoulder is exceptional. Does he want to toe out just ever so slightly up front? That's probably what I'd change about. He's a big testicle bull. He's good bone. Got big feet, not huge feet, but big feet and square feet. I really like that about him. I like him from hooks to pins. Like his freshness and extension, and still a high degree of masculinity. A lot of power in that calf. The April bull calf that comes out on the cow is a cow-calf pair. As I said, new structure, just really, really nice calf. He's good in his barrel also. He's good from hooks to pins. As I watched him follow the cow, I thought maybe he was just a tip straight in his hock, but he's got good testicular development. That's a good calf. That's a available pair of bulls. You know, there's quite an age gap in the two of them. But really, really nice. That's the way I see this pair. So I guess I better announce this will be your champion in reserve bull. Sorry about that. Really, really nice pair.
Your champion Charolais bull belongs to Samantha Colson of Albany, Oregon. And your reserve champion Charolais bull belongs to Fernando Corona Melendez of Ashland, Oregon. Welcome to the ring, our first class of the Open Hereford Heifers, Class 1 Junior Heifer Calf, honor after March 1st of 2024. Welcome to the ring, entry number 5097, 5M Farms of Justin, Texas. 3513, Peyton Parker of Montauk, California. Entry number 196, Fernando Corona Melendez of Ashland, Oregon.
And this is a trio of really, really nice heifers. The heifer that wins this class, there's just so much I like about this heifer. I like her bone work. It's not overkill, certainly good bone. I want you to set her up a little bit. Pull her head this way. Anyway, this heifer is really good. She's good for the hooks to pins. I think she carries down a little more true shape in the lower 1/3 of her overall body makeup. Again, I'll reiterate, I'm not looking for a heifer that looks like a steer, but I still want them to have something to them. I don't want them to just be a pretty face from the side and be flat. She's certainly not that. She's good from hooks to pins. She's very juvenile looking, very youthful in her head, very extended up to her front. She's good in her chest, certainly deep enough body for this stage of her career, good from hooks to pins, like her when she goes in motion. The deep red heifer, when she comes in the ring, I'm like, oh wow, that thing's really good, and she is. But as I compare her, she gets a little more base narrow off her front too. Do you agree with me? You're not going to chew me out on this little awesome. So far, so good. Really a really good heifer. I love that deep red color. As I compare her, I think she's a little flatter rib, and I don't think she carries back as true back into her flank, but high quality. She's green, isn't she? And I think that's a good thing at this stage of their career. They're not sorted. You're not second because you're green. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I wish she carried back into her flank, and I wish she was just a tick broader based in that lower 1/3. The heifer that comes in third. This heifer is really, really nice. Probably, and this isn't, I'm out here for a fitting deal. I probably would like some of that hair taken off her shoulder and neck to make her look a little more attractive up to her front 1/3. I think this heifer, as good as she is, I think she runs downhill just a little. She may not. She may be where she belongs on the top of her shoulder, but her chest sits out of her just a little, so it throws her a little out of balance. Three awfully nice heifers in this class.
Congratulations to your class winner, entry number 3513, Peyton Parker of Monteith, California. Second, 5N Farms, Justin, Texas. Third, Fernando Corona-Melendez of Ashland, Oregon.
As we move into our ARC division, I think there's certainly some quality represented here on the front end of this particular class.
Here, color. This pair of heifers, I think, while they're outstanding, I think there's just more heifer in the heifer I've opted to start with. She's a heifer that's wider in her pin set and wider from hooks to pins. There's more top shape in this heifer. And as I stand in front of them, I think you could compare the two as far as their bone work. I think they're very comparable to that. I wouldn't argue with you that the dark red heifer may stand in the backdrop and give you a beautiful, beautiful side profile. But as I evaluate these cattle coming and going, there's just a very feminine package in this first place heifer and some width and dimension off both ends of her skeleton. She comes up high out of the top of her shoulder. She's good on the back side of her shoulder. She's good from hooks to pins. And as I said, she just doesn't get as base narrow on a very, very good deep red heifer that's just, she's almost identical to the heifer I had in the last class in terms of, and the exhibitor agreed with me, this heifer stands a little closer to front knee, her back hop face together just a little. So I wish there was more heifer there. Don't want her to look like a steer, but I wish there was just more true dimension of that heifer, specifically in her lower 1/3. Awesome pair of phenotypical heifers, heifer that wins the class. Pretty darn good.
Congratulations to your class winner, Henry Doris of Stephenville, Texas. Second, Layla Doris of Stephenville, Texas. We will now be bringing in our first place individuals for the division drive. Coming back from Class 1, entry number 3513, Peyton Parker of Monteith, California. Coming back from Class 3, entry number 5767, Hadley Doris of Stephenville, Texas.
Hereford heifers is truly, and I'm not saying this as a negative, I'm just saying it as an obvious, the heifer that stands in the front spot, why don't you set her up a little bit and put her top down, please. This heifer here is fit to the nine, to be sure. Whoever dressed this heifer did an awesome, awesome job. She's a heifer that I love the way she's designed, I love her from hooks to pins. As I watch her go around with this duo, she gets a little bit straight in her hot, and I'd like to change it. I think her pasterns are good, and she keeps her pasterns down. I think this calf is designed about as nice as you could make one. I think the trick going forward is that she fills her track, she's doing fine today. That's going to be the telltale on this heifer, as good as I think she is. Nice-headed, very, very feminine. I would like to give her a little more true angle and flex to that hawk in a perfect way. this unfit heifer that wins the next class. And I don't point it out that she's not fit. I mean, it's kind of a compliment. That's a really good heifer. They didn't dress her legs or anything. She's big bone. She's as big a bone with her legs not dressed as the heifer that stands in front of her. She's a heifer, as I view her again, this heifer, I think they're real close the way their shoulder lays in them. This heifer maybe bends her hock just a little better, but this heifer probably isn't quite as good with her true shape to her barrel and back into her flank. But I think it's give and take either way. I mean, if you're worried about structure going forward, which I admittedly am a little bit about this heifer, I hope the heck I'm wrong, because that heifer is really, really nice. What I'm going to do, I know I shouldn't take this long on a division. I'm going to watch this pair of heifers make a small circle one more time. Let's go. that last heifer that September. She is subsequently the division winner. This one will be too, but we want to be expedient with our time. And so knowing that they're singles and they're going to be coming back, I'll talk them in detail when they get back out here. That was the last class. With that being said, this is, in my opinion, the longest bodied head of cattle I've seen since I've been here. Of course, yesterday I've judged little prospect steers, and actually some of the steers that come out were more like, I thought, progress steers, just short of market steers. But with that said, as far as big, mature cattle, that thing is long, and what's so unique about her is she can reach her stride. You know, you get a baby building inside her, which I assume she does. Pregnant. You get that baby build inside and you can reach like that, that's to be commended. Lays pretty good in her shoulder, and she's starting to get, again, we talked this earlier, when you get them to this stage and you can still keep them, you know, I don't want to start hammering too hard on her neck and chest, because some of the younger cattle that we've seen in their juvenile youth, you know, there's better chest and better neck. Well, that one was a lot better neck. Well, they got to get to this point too, so, and that's the unknown. That's a really good heifer there. She's good in her barrel. She's good enough behind her shoulders. She's long everywhere. She's long from her pole to the back of her tail head. She's long from hooks to pins. She's good bone. I like the set to her leg. Now, I will admit this. She isn't in every step get up on her ankles, but she'll go 5, 6, 10 steps and keep her ankles down perfect, and then she'll roll up and over on them, and I can accept a little of that. But that's a really good heifer. She really dominates my mind when I see that thing walk and see how she can fill her track and be that exceptional long body. The heifer that comes in second, and this has been a reason for me ever since I got here in terms of deciding between the two. Well, this one is really good. I don't think she's quite as pronounced and profound from hooks to pins. I think her pin set is a little closer than the one that goes out. I don't think she carries back into her flank quite as well. With that brisket, and they both got some brisket, that's admitted, but I don't think she carries back as often into her flank, so it makes her look a little bit out of balance. I think her angle to her back to her good. I think her width off of both ends of her skeleton is good, but that's the differentiating factors. I think her balance and her underline is a little off compared to the one that beats her.
Congratulations to Morgan Fearman of Parma, Idaho. Second, 5N Farms, Justin, Texas. We are now moving into our division draw. Welcome into the ring, entry number 5184, Braden Crest of Mart, Texas. And entry number 2118, Morgan Jeremy of Parma, Idaho.
And you can evaluate what I'm evaluating from the side. The heifer that comes out as a single entry, really, really nice. Nice in her shoulder, nice in her neck. As I compare her to the heifer behind her, I think her rib shape is good. Maybe I could balance her up and drop her down in her flank just ever so slightly to meet up with her chest more, but it's certainly not out of line, not out of hand. Good from hooks to pins, not as robust and widespread in her pin set as the heifer that stands behind her. She's a good bone-headed cattle. I wouldn't call it phenomenal, but certainly adequate for a female. She's nice-footed cattle, just really, really nice. I like her feminine head. The big heifer that I raved on as far as, it is really, really hard to keep a heifer at this age. And she's got some condition on her, but I mean, that's, like I said earlier, the struggle is real. And it sounds like it's contradictory, but you gotta be lean enough to win and fat enough to win. And I mean, I know that sounds like, how could that make sense? Well, it kind of does, I think. There's so many good attributes to this heifer. She lays pretty good in her shoulder. Yes, she's got a little shoulder. It really correlates with her bone work and her hip. She's long body. You're not very often, in my opinion, going to be able to see one that can travel like she's this far along in her career, to travel like she can travel. She's very good footed. You know, there was a couple times she sunk down in the sand and I really couldn't tell. And then other times she's got a really nice foot on her. Elongated out in her hip, got some width and dimension off of both ends of her structure. She'll win this.
Congratulations to Morgan Jeremy of Parma, Idaho.
Who's your little legs?
Going to be class number 9, junior yearling heifers. Welcome to the ring. Entry number 2460, Kagan the Cat of Fort Sumner, New Mexico.
Okay, so what's his last name? The Smith? Zippy?
Well, folks, as we move through our AOC division, it's safe to say that this is
On the Hereford side, I might as well get one thing out of the way right out of the gate, and that's this heifer that wins the first class. I love her design. I mean, the flatness of shoulder, the youthful look to her head, her neck, chest sits in her good, her barrel's good, at a very juvenile, youthful age. She's good from hooks to pins. The more I study this heifer, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, because I think this heifer is outstanding. I want to see her have a little more true shape and design to that back hop. She just gets, when that foot hits the ground, she gets just a little rigid for me, but I really like that heifer. This heifer that comes out of the second division, I didn't talk this heifer because sharing rights and being time expedient, I just asked this young man if he would just leave, and I'd talk to him like that. Very nice heifer, deep red, pretty good from hooks to pins, very good in her barrel, pretty good in the behind her shoulder. Yeah, she cuts up in her flank just a little bit, but that's a good heifer. At her young, youthful age, I'd rather she was a little tighter from the top of the crest down into her jawline. To speaking of balance, as we get down the road and see how that all balances up as a big bred. The big heifer here that comes out of the third class, like I said, I don't do a very good job of hiding what I'm thinking a lot of times, and maybe I should be better at that, but this heifer here, she is so noteworthy as far as her body length. I truly haven't seen a head of cattle here that's as long bodied as she is, and still can absolutely reach her stride every step. Very good through her barrel. She's a heifer that's big bone, nice footed. As I talk to her, she can go 4, 5, maybe 10 steps and keep that ankle down perfect. And then I don't know if she gets lazy or what her deal is, but she will rock forward on her ankle just a little, but it does not restrict the way she can go in motion. Is she just a little staler looking from the top of her crest down into her jawline? She is. But she's also an older, big bred heifer, and we can't project out for certain what these youthful juvenile calves are going to do. So, with that being said, I really admire the way this heifer can get out. She travels as good as any heifer in the ring at her big stage. The heifer that comes out in the last division, I think the young lady said she was a February. She's starting to show some udder, and I really appreciate that about her. Her teats are maybe just a tick long, but not bad. Good quality heifer. Maybe, Graham just made a comment about short back cattle and long back cattle. I am from the old school, and I couldn't agree more with what he said, but I'm also a hypocrite. I might use one that's a little short back at times, especially in the steer world. But if you've got a ranch payment to make or machinery payments to make, that length of body is where those pounds come from. And she's probably just a little jammed up for me. I'd like to make her a little longer body. I don't think she has to be as long bodied as the heifer right in front of her, but I would, for my way of thinking, like I said, I totally agree with that line of thinking. Now, we can make them look softer sided and bigger middled if we shorten those backs up. That's an obvious too. So, with that being said, I'll show you the 2 highlights. We'll move on. It's starting to get warm out here, and it's starting to show up on the cattle just a little.
Well, just a single entry as we conclude our AOC division. Young lady single entry calf is weighing in the 16s. He is big, stout, powerful. Our reserve Hereford heifer belongs to Peyton Parker from Montague, California. Is going to be receiving a mercantile gift card sponsored by the Arizona National Livestock Show. It's also going to be receiving a banner.
His bull is at the gate.
Receive
This bull hit the ring. My first thought was, I'll bet this bull's been out breeding cows. The young man said not only was he out breeding cows, he was on roughly 30 head and he hopes he's got them all bred. So for him to stay together like he has, his reach is kind of like the heifer that I just used to win the female side of this in terms of, does he look a little shelled out? Yeah, he does. Is he gonna? Of course he is. When you start, maybe, who knows, maybe took 150, 200 pounds off that bull. His extension up through his front is really good. His chest floor sits in him pretty good. Okay, there's two things I'm going to say about this bull, but I'm also going to tell you that that's where it's going to disappear the first. In his forerib and out in his hip. To me, when you turn them bulls out, the first place that's going to melt off on is there. So I don't want to be too critical on that, knowing that he's been out earning a living like he should be. He's a good testicle bull. He's good bone. Not huge bone, but good bone. Goes in motion really good. I bet when you pull him back in front of the feed bunk and throw feed in front of him, that thing's going to look pretty woofy down the road. Nice play.
Your 2024 champion Hereford bull belongs to Garrett Smith of Snowville, Utah. The champion bull will receive a banner that has been donated by Rafferty Cattle Company, Mike and Amy Doyle. And also is going to be receiving a mercantile gift card sponsored by the Arizona National Livestock Show.
So I'd like to start by thanking the main OG breeders and exhibitors for starting out like this in this division in terms of, man, that's a really wicked good pair of heifers. I was telling, I heard this woman, I saw her talking to this young lady, I said, is that your daughter? And of course it is. And the emotional side of me, I remember when my daughter was that age, and what's so unique about this is she does it, young lady, you do an awesome job showing, but she's little, and she can only hold that head so high, and what's so unique about that is that heifer can do two things. She can fill her stride without her head being held high enough, and you're doing all you can. You're only so tall, right? I mean, I'm taller than you, but not by much. So when you go in motion with that heifer, she keeps her back down and she fills her stride, and that makes your heifer unique. Beyond that, she's fit to the nines. She's beautiful in her center body. Just a really, really nice square-hipped heifer. Love the presentation, love the movement, love the show heifer slash cow walk of this heifer. The heifer that's going to be second in this class, I'm certainly not going to rank her as fine bone, but when I'm comparing her to the one above her, I think you'd agree, she just doesn't have as much bone work under her, but she's, I think, adequate in a heifer deal. I think the bend to her hock is good. That's an outstanding pair of heifers. She probably doesn't blend from her underline back into her flank quite as unique as the heifer that's going to win this class. Outstanding pair of heifers. I see bulk of bone in the heifer that wins, and just overall dimension and density in the heifer that wins, and still very, very good. Big feeted both cattle.
Congratulations in the first class of the Mainland 2 heifers. Your class winner belongs to entry number 1993, Kinsey Dean of Industry, Texas. Second belongs to entry number 1992, Kinsey Dean of Industry, Texas. As we jump, we're going to jump over and announce our results from our AOC drive. Congratulations.
So I was bragging on the main OG breeders and exhibitors when that first class of 2 came in, and then this February heifer comes in, and wow, the way she comes up out of the top of her shoulder, so elite, so nice-headed. I guess I'm kind of a sucker. I didn't even realize it when she came in, but she's got that white snip on her nose, but it doesn't make her better or worse. I really do like that. But really, really nice, good to her center body. She probably, it depends where you want to go in your breeding program, I guess. She is probably more of a breeding piece, if you will, whereas the other one, and I'm not saying what side of the fence you need to be on, I'm just evaluating one against the other. I think she resembles a little more of a feminine breeding piece, and the other one's maybe just a little more on the side of a clubby looking one. Not a negative, not saying I want to see those two out here together, and there be something else coming in an older one, but that is a phenomenally good heifer. When she's not fighting the halter, she completely fills her stride. When she's pulling back a little, she comes about a hoof print short. I think when she goes like she needs to go, she does so very well. Very well combined and incredibly feminine.
McKay of Orlando, Oklahoma. We'll now be bringing in entry number 1993, Kinsey Dean from Industry, Texas, and entry number 5361. My apologies. We're going to be moving into class number 3, Junior Heifer Calves, Calf January of 2024. Welcome to the ring, Kendall Dillable from Live Oak, California.
He's coming, and as far as anything I've judged up to this point of any breed or on the prospect side, man, I can't wait to get these heifers back out here and evaluate them one again another because they are really, really good. This heifer kind of reminds me of the heifer that wins the last class in terms of her overall femininity. She's wide, hooks the pins. Her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder, really, really nice. Now, I want to see them get back out here because they both got real identical, and I'm not excluding the one that comes out in the first class because she's incredible also. I wonder if from the top of her crest down into her jawline was quite as unique as the one that wins the last class, but that had to be told. She gets out here, she moves good. She moves almost identical to the last one. When she goes and wants to go, her back hoof goes right where the front foot left. It doesn't overstep it, but it's certainly long. She's a long enough body, really nice. She's got some width off both ends. She's got some center curve to her. She's a very, very high femininity package. She's a heifer that goes in motion good, really stout and really good looking.
Congratulations to Kendall Dillable of Live Oak, California. We are now going to be running into our division. Welcome back to the ring. Entry number 1993, Kinsey Dean of Industry, Texas. Berkeley McKay of Orlando, Oklahoma. And Kendall Dillable of Live Oak, California.
from hooks to pins. As I stated, she's very unique in that she can only hold her head so high, and with that she can still feel her stride, and she doesn't get up in her spine, which is very unusual. Even the sound ones a lot of times will. As we go back to the two heifers that win the next two classes, I think they fit together really, really good. I think they're more maternal looking. That's not a slam on that heifer, because she's a good son of a gun too. I love this heifer when she come in to have that much extension and that much freshness from behind her pole down into her jawline. Her chest is literally inverted from the lower strip of her belly. Really good behind her shoulders. Real good from hooks to pins. Now, when she goes in motion, when she they're identical. I'm calling them two identical. When you put them in motion, when they want to cooperate and go, they both travel identical. They both travel. They put their back foot where their front one was. And so that is not an issue with me, because both of them have some body weight. Both of them are tremendous with their femininity. Both of them have some real shape and design. The heifer that comes out of the January class, she's not too big. She's bigger. She should be bigger. She's older. Really good through her center body. She's a heifer, and what I wanted to see on these heifers, I certainly don't think she's bad chested, because if I said that, it would be dishonest. I don't think she's quite as good at chested as the heifer that stands right in front of her, but I think they're very, very close the way their neck comes out the top of the shoulder. Keep in mind, she's just a little older. I don't think maybe she's quite as fresh from the top of her crest down into the jawline. Both of those heifers are extremely feminine and extremely good-headed cattle. I think you could identify their speed as being like clones to one another. I think their movements is clone to one another. I'm going to walk these three one more time if you don't mind. I think this division is that good.
Well, as we move into the best Arizona division in our market steer show, parent calves that in the lightweight division that both offer some quality and differences. The young ladies calf that leads off the class has of Orlando, Oklahoma. Congratulations, your reserve in the division belongs to Kendall Dillable of Live Oak, California. As they exit the ring, we're going to move right into our
hock. I'd like to see a little more freedom of movement. But man, that thing standing still, she's designed really good. Probably looks a little more on the terminal side. I'm just being honest. I'm not asking you to agree with me. It's just what I see. And then the heifer that comes out of the next division, really, really nice heifer. I like the baldy that stands in front of her. It's the first time I've seen her. Really well designed. Like a lot of things about this heifer. When we put her in motion, I wish she had a little more true hinge to that hop. She wants to swing when she goes a little. As a result, subsequently, she wants to get up on her ankles a little. So, standing still, if you just walk in here, I still know which one I like best. But when you get looking at them things as good as they are standing still, I think it's got to be a big picture. And I wish she moved just a little better. But that's an outstanding heifer also. I'll show you the one I like.
Main on G Open Heifer belongs to Berkeley McKay of Orlando, Oklahoma. And your reserve main on G Heifer belongs to Kendall Dillable of Live Oak, California.
468, Jacob Jeff Hancock, 474, Jeff.
Non-G female is going to be receiving a banner donated by NH Norris Consulting and N4 Cattle Company, Mr. Mike and Holly Norris. Please give them a big round of applause. They're also going to be receiving a mercantile gift card donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show. As we jump back over to the Best of Arizona Junior Market Steers, our Black Division champion belongs to Jacob Hancock, and the reserve belongs to Jesse Hancock. Please give them a round of applause.
Attributes he brings, look at the way that neck comes out the top of that shoulder. It comes out so tall that he almost looks straight fronted, and I don't think he is. I think his knee sets in okay. He's really green. He's going to have to fill in behind his shoulders, but man, he's good hip. And what's unique about this calf, he can completely fill his stride. He does get just a little hammery hop when he goes. He jams him, but it doesn't shorten his stride, and so I applaud him for that. Real good for hooks to pins. Maybe cuts up in his twist just a little, which a lot of these skinnier ones do. And I'm not criticizing because he's skinny. I'm just stating he is skinny. And when he fills in, that's a really nice bull. He'll be your champion main bull.
Congratulations to your champion, Minon Bull. Goes to entry number 2422, Rhett Wade of San Simon, Arizona. Entry number 5022, Kate Johnson of Waddell, Arizona.
Any Hereford side, Caden here has got him a calf, he named him Cowboy Jack, right? Yep, nice calf too. A lot of loin in this calf, a lot of width, a lot of quality in the top side of his skeleton. He's good for hooks to pins. He's a little bit chesty maybe at this stage of his career, but good calf. I mean, if we can keep him, if we can drop a little more feed-wise, a little more flank into this calf so it balances with his chest floor, I think he goes in motion good enough. He's good-footed. Jack's a good calf. Good calf.
800 prospect steer belongs to Kate Johnson of Waddell, Arizona.
Young lady's got a steer she named Olaf, and Olaf's a good calf. Olaf's got some body weight, he's got some body depth, he's got some bone working for him. He's a steer that's got big feet, he's extended enough up through his front end. Just a really nice calf, and she does an awesome job showing him. I think he's sound enough in his hop. I think that calf gets around pretty good for as much mass and muscle as he moves. We'll be interested in getting Olaf back out here. Now, he could be a little better angle up in that front shoulder. Maybe I'd like to change that about him, but that's an awful good calf too.
Congratulations to your champion 800 market steer, Wakely Melcher of Tahoka, Texas.
On this side, we've shifted to mini Hereford heifers, and we've got an awfully nice heifer to start with. And I've had the opportunity to judge a mini Hereford Junior National maybe 1 year in Congress, and it's neat to see, you know, we start a lot of young kids out on the halter with these minis, and it's a good place to start. Nice heifer. You know, I have to think of them small because they are. And quality is quality. So with that being said, this is a nice way to start this breed off. I think she's adequate in her rib shape, real square in her from hooks to pins. When he gets her head jacked up, she's pretty nice neck. That's just a really nice heifer. I think her bone works good, her footwork's good. Just a really nice heifer to start this division.
Your reserve best of Arizona belongs to Mr. Jacob Hancock of Well. Our champion 8-9 miniature Hereford female belongs to entry number 3126 Andrew Smith of Casa Grande, Arizona. Of the miniature Hereford division. Welcome to the ring, entry number 5707, AJ Camp of Maypearl, Texas. Entry number 1464, Fallon Velasquez of Hondo, New Mexico. And entry number 5182, Braden Crest, Mart, Texas.
Jim Sartwell III. But I want to do it in the champion. Legendary Jim Sartwell. Or the man that made the legend Jim Sartwell III.
You sound really good.
Which one?
There's a couple.
Legend. There's only two.
Okay, this is yours.
I gave up on it. It's at 10%, but I
Steers, you've got 3 steers, you've got 3 different types of kinds. None of them bad, all of them good, they're just not alike. The steer that's going to win, the deep red steer, probably the forest haired steer of the 3, and he's not bad haired, but it just kind of lays flat, and I still think there's more true muscle shape in his eye, out around his loin edge, out into his, from hooks to pins. He's more elongated and still fresh in his front end going forward with this cap. He's good bone, he's good in his reach. He just fits my style a little more. Now the steer in second, he's a massive truck to be sure. He's ready. I mean, he's fat. There's nothing wrong with that. If I'm going to put him in second, he's got to do 2 things. I got to freshen him up from his shoulders forward up into his head, and he gets a little straight on his front. He paddles when you walk him, doesn't he? I think he does. But man, from his shoulders back, I just absolutely admire this calf. His barrel, his shape, his depth. He's good out in his hooks and pins. I'd actually compare the 2 of those, 1 and 2 together. Could I blow them apart in their pins just a little? In a perfect world, I would. He wins the class if I can freshen him up and set his back down. The calf that comes in third is a calf that just gives up some performance. He's good cattle. He's got enough length of spine. As I compare him to 1 and 2, I don't think there's as much true hip. Granted, he's skinnier and probably younger. I'm not sure on that. I'd like to give him a little more time on feed. I got to pick him up in his win placement if I'm going to consider consider going higher with him today. 3 cattle, 3 incredibly different types of kind, all good in their kind.
Congratulations, your champion open steer belongs to entry number 5707, AJ Camp of Mayperl, Texas. Your reserve champion open steer belongs to Brayton Crest of Bart, Texas. We are now going to be moving into Class 14 Heifer calf May through June of 2024. Welcome to the ring, entry number 5098, 5N Farms of Justin, Texas. Entry number 5701, McKenna Ray Camp of Mayperl, Texas.
So again, like I talked in our steer drive, we've got apparel heifers, and excuse me, I got that old cold going on, and I'm doing my best not to do it on the microphone. This pair of heifers couldn't be much different. I think the one that wins the class is pretty doggone good. I know we're not looking at big cattle, they're minis. But I love her body, I love the flatness of shoulder, the femininity up front. And this lady said she's buying me a coat, because I didn't make her circle around the ring one more time, because the heifer's not quite broke yet. She doesn't want to go, but that is a high quality female. I can tell she's sound, she's good footed, she's good bone. I love the way the flatness of shoulder. She's got some width off of either end. She's nice headed, she's got some good pigment in her face. She's good from hooks to pins. I really enjoy that heifer right there. Young man, you got a nice heifer. She's not as big, which doesn't make her second. I'd like to stretch her out just a little. I'd like to make her as tightly from the top of her crest into her throat latch, because this is a really good pair. Now, do they match each other? No, they don't match each other at all. They're two different types, but they don't all have to be the same type to be of high quality. She's definitely high quality. She's as good from hooks to pins as the one that goes second. She's not wanting to be a show heifer just quite yet, but life's going to get better for both of you as you go forward. Trust me, it will. But at her young career, at her youthfulness, and her juvenileness, I would like to see her a little tighter from her crest into her throat latch, knowing we got a ways to go on a very beautiful heifer. Nice pair of
next up over here with another one. The little guy right there on your left.
McKenna Ray Camp of Mayperl, Texas. Second, 5N Farms of Justin, Texas. We're now going to be moving to Class 15 Junior Spring Calves, March through April of 2024. Welcome to the ring, entry number 5709, AJ Kemp of Maypearl, Texas. Entry number 3115, Addison McDesmond of Casa Grande, Arizona. And entry number 2080, Keegan Callenborn of Idaho.
Cognizant to knowing we're in the mini deal, and I don't expect these cattle, I mean, they can't be too big or they don't qualify for this division. The heifer that wins this class, she's the combination of 2 and 3. I'm going to leave these heifers the way they come in the ring. And you can look at it like, holy moly, it's like it's not very even. Well, I'm going to tell you my reasons. This heifer, she's the combination heifer of 2. Flat shoulder, good rib, pretty good from hooks to pins, goes in motion, pretty darn good. Just the combination's thick enough and still ultra feminine, nice-headed. She's got to win this class for fun, in my opinion. Now, we go back to the shorter couple heifer that be reserve or second in this class. She's a little shorter back, but I got to keep cognizant that we're looking at miniature Herefords. I don't expect them to be as long back, all of them like the one that's in first. She's a stouter heifer. She's got more shape to her barrel and more width between front and back legs. For that, she gets to stay in second. The taller heifer of the 3, not just because she's taller. If she was taller and sprung wide like the 2 ahead of her, she could win the class. She gets a little flat rib, and she's just quite narrow-based off of both ends. I wish there was just more heifer there. You know, she almost looks more like she could be in a young Hereford class in terms of extension of neck, nice shoulder. But as I evaluate her under all that hair, I'd like to see more heifer coming out the backside of the shoulder, more true hip. She gets quite close at her front knee and her back hock when she goes in motion. Her, like the second place heifer, certainly could be a little sounder at the ground when they go in motion.
Congratulations to AJ Kemp of Maypearl, Texas. Second, Addison McDesmond of Casa Grande, Arizona. Third, Keegan Callenborn of Heifer, Idaho. Moving on to class number 16, the winter heifer calves January through February of 2024. Welcome to the ring, entry number 5181, Braden Crest of Mart, Texas.
Okay, what?
Well, you've heard me say this before in the last couple of days when I'd see a single entry come in like this, and it's I wish there was another heifer or 2 in this class, because this heifer is good and she could stand some tough competition. From her shoulders back, she is so deep bodied, she's so well balanced, she's good from hooks to pins. wide through her center body. I think she goes good enough. Could I lengthen her out in her neck? Yeah, that's one thing I'd like to do. And I understand, we're looking at a little different deal here. We're looking at cattle that are miniatures, and they're cattle that are gonna flesh out quicker and get there, you know, before a regular cattle would to that same age. So I don't want to be critical of that, but I also don't want to ignore it either. From her shoulders back, I really like this heifer. I mean, there's nothing not to like. I think her angles are good enough. I think her feet are good enough. Could I take a little of that crest out of her, a little depth from the top of the crest down into her jawline? That's what I do with this heifer, but I really appreciate her mass and volume.
Congratulations to Brayton Crest of Mart, Texas. Entering the ring now is going to be class number 17, Fall Yearling Heifers Cap, November through December 2023. Welcome to the ring, entry number 6691, Wade Sears of Hondo, Texas. Hondo, New Mexico.
So we got a yearling heifer here. She had her birthday someday in December, and this thing's nice. Very nice. Lays nice on the shoulder. I love the way she stays friendly and feminine from the top of the crest down into her jawline. When she throws those ears forward, she's feminine headed, really good behind her shoulders, good body depth, good from hooks to pins. And when we get her out here with other heifers, I want to see, but I think she goes a little bit of the ground. She sure did coming in. And, you know, as I've stated many times, when they don't have other cattle to smooth them a little bit and relax them a little bit, sometimes I can get a little iffy, and it did not on this one. That's an outstanding thing right there.
Congratulations to Wade Sears of Hondo, New Mexico. Entering the ring now is going to be class number 18, Summer Yearling Heifers Cap, August through October of 2023. Welcome to the ring, entry number 5706, AJ Camp of Mayperil, Texas. Entry number 4754, Aubrey Blizzard of Big Spring, Texas.
Is it Blizzard or Blizzard? Blizzard or Blizzard?
too much gas to beat that other heifer. I love her front end. I love her extension neck. She's nice heavy heifer.
Congratulations to Aubrey Blizzard of Big Spring, Texas. Second, AJ Camp of Bay Peril, Texas. Coming into the ring now is going to be class number 19 Spring Yearling Heifers, kept May through July of 2023. We're going to be looking for entry number 4755, Aubrey Blizzard of Big Spring, Texas.
Because there's some divisions have just one.
Incredibly youthful entry in this single division here, this single class, excuse me. Really nice. You know, I keep talking about flat shouldered, extension up through that front end, got some length to her back, some length out in her hip. In a perfect world, I'd do two things with this heifer. I'd blow her apart up front. She gets a little closer to her front knee, and I'd like to see her a little deeper in her flank. Man, for her lines, get her as a bred. I think this heifer's got a lot of future ahead of her. He said I'd like to broad base her on both ends of her skeleton and bring her down in her flank just a little, very, very high.
Congratulations to Aubrey Blizzard of Big Spring, Texas. Coming into the ring now is going to be class number 20. Junior Yearling Heifers, kept January through April 2023. Welcome to the ring, entry number 4756, Aubrey Blizzard of Big Spring, Texas, and Fallon Velasquez of Hondo, New Mexico.
HP fire.
Nation heifer of this pair is obviously the one that's going to stay in first the way she came in the ring. In terms of, she's good through her center body. She's a heifer that maybe isn't quite as tight from the top of her crest down into her jawline. I'd like to maybe change that about her, but I think her chest force sits in her good. I think she's bold enough in her cage. She's a heifer that's good from hooks to pins. She goes pretty good at the ground. Once in a while, she get up on them ankles just a little when she's acting a little goofy. But I think that's just a good combination. She's stout for sure, and still a high degree of femininity. The heifer, if I'm going to put her over her, that goes in second, I got to balance her up. I got to start from her hook bones back to her pins. She just narrows up there. I got to explode her pin width, and then I got to drop her down the flank. She just gets a little flatter throughout. She gets a little flatter in her cage. She gets a little narrow in her pin set. Just not quite enough heifer here for being in the same class, but very admirable in terms of her body length. I think it's just about perfect. She's a heifer that can get out and go pretty good. I just got to balance her up if I'm going to put her in the ring.
After you walk around, tell the word girl, no banner
Congratulations to Aubrey Blizzard of Big Spring, Texas. Second, Fallon Velasquez of Hunter, New Mexico. Entering the ring now is going to be class number 21, Senior Yearling Heifers Cap 2022. Welcome to the ring, entry number 5704, McKenna Ray Camp of Mayperl, Texas.
Cannon out throws this again? Cannon out ribbons to everyone again?
Well, I can promise you one thing. I'm not saying this to make many Hereford exhibitors feel good, but this is going to be fun when these all get back out here because we keep bringing quality for sure. Another deep-bodied heifer, pretty nice, fresh-fronted heifer. When she walked in, I thought, her chest falls out of her just a little bit. Man, it's not bad. When she goes in motion, she fills her stride. She's kind of a lazy heifer, I think. Is she lazy? You think she's lazy?
Your show has to go past me.
I think she's lazy. And usually when they're lazy, they don't fill their stride, and she does. She fills her stride, and I appreciate that about her. Maybe pick her up at her chest more, but her elongation and her neck up into behind her ear is really good. Pretty good from the hooks to pins. Really good in her body depth. It'll be fun to get her back out here.
Congratulations. Number 5704, McKenna Ray Camp of Mayperl, Texas.
You just point, and I'll shoot.
As they exit the ring, we're going to be bringing back in all of our first place individuals for the overall miniature Hereford female drive. Welcome back to the ring, entry number 5701, McKenna Ray Camp of Mayperl, Texas. Entry number 5709, AJ Camp of Mayperl, Texas.
Hold on. My winner from class 14 was 5098.
Aubrey Blizzard of Big Spring, Texas. Entry number 4755, Aubrey Blizzard of Big Spring, Texas. Entry number 4756, Aubrey Blizzard of Big Spring, Texas. And entry number 5704, McKenna Ray Camp of Mayperl, Texas.
Babies. Minis.
led to the back of the line there for sportsmanship wise. He went out in front of this heifer. This heifer's going to be a show heifer up in front. She's just not sure yet today she wants to be one. She wants to fight it a little bit. And I'll admit to you, there is so many things I like about this heifer, and I can see her being an awesome project going forward. When she's fighting that halter, she appears to be a little off from hooks to pins. And when she's not, it's like, yeah, I don't think so. She's pretty green, and today, as skinny as she is, she looks a little flat rib. But man, she's fresh fronted, she's good on her wheels. I think that heifer's got a lot of future ahead of her. The heifer that comes in next is a heifer that I commented with all that hair on her. I wish she's very nice. She kind of follows kind of the heifer in front of her. However, I think she needs a little more back into her flank. She looks a little off her hip also. I don't think she's quite as tidy. She's good. I don't think she's quite as tidy from the top of her crest down to her jawline as that real beautiful heifer that stands in front of her. Just dense is how I describe this thing. I mean, this thing's got cow lip deluxe. From her shoulders back, she could rival any heifer out here in terms of her heart depth, her depth.
Okay, I gotta get those statues.
Now, could I tighten her up in her front 1/3? Yes, I'd like to narrow her crest and shallow her up from the crest down into her jawline. But that's getting nitpicky. She's a cow deluxe, and that is what I'd like to change about her. The heifer that comes out of the next class, I'm not gonna lie to you, when she comes in, I was like, there you go. I mean, she's dense like the one in front of her and still fresh fronted. Her chest fits in her good. She's narrow in her crest, and she's fresh down into her jawline. Why don't you put her top on, please? Maybe that's why you didn't do it. She don't like that, does she? Anyway, that heifer is really dense. She's wide to the center of her quarter. She can get out and move. She's good boned. She's good footed. She's kind of an elite female, in my opinion. The heifer that comes out of the next class is just a little bit raw, if you will. I wish there was a little more true explosion in her cage, right behind her shoulder, but a good heifer. The fact that she gives up a little muscle, I'd like to see her go a little better at her ankles. If they're going to give that up, I certainly want to see her move good. A little taller kind of a heifer that's just a little narrow base for me off of both ends. Phenotypically, she's beautiful to look at. Extended time on feed is going to be in her favor. I think we talked about it in class. She gets a little close off both ends of her structure. I'd like to broad base her a little bit and explode her back into her flank. The heifer that I really like is the heifer that's in contention now is the one I'm talking here. Dense body, really nice fronted. Is she as good fronted as the heifer here in the red sweater? I don't think quite. But she's very similar to her, really dense in body, deep in her body. She's a heifer that goes good. She probably needs a hoof trimming, but she goes good. She sets down good on her pastures. Really nice. I love her denseness from her shoulder back out into her hip. Really good cattle. Then the young man that was such a good sport to go out first, when he went out first, I said, what's he doing? He don't belong there. He's in the last class. You were a good sport, weren't you? And we thank you for that. This heifer here is really nice. I don't think she's as explosive from her hooks to her pins as the heifer that stands in front of her, or the heifer of the girl in the red sweater. But I think she's really good. Her teats are bothering me just a little bit, but really a nice heifer, nice footed, good cattle. I'm going to take one more look. I'm not going to make them walk again. I think I've seen that part of it. I want to take one more look because I'll tell you, the three cattle that are in contention for me are the really skinny heifer up front. I think this heifer on a given day, but it's an unknown yet. I think she could possibly play with any of them. The other one that's in contention is the girl in the red sweater. I think that heifer is really very good and still really fresh fronted. And the girl in the orange sweater, I think she most fits her. I don't think she's quite as tidy in the top part of her neck and her crest down into her jawline. So those are the three that I like the best, as good as this drive was. And there's a lot of cattle come out this class. I'm going to take one more look. Congratulations on a really nice set of videos.
Congratulations to Wade Sears of Hondo, New Mexico.
Shaylee, do you want to do full divisions to get rid of this since everybody else has got it?
No, because they're not divisions. That's an overall.
Congratulations to Aubrey Blizzard of Big Spring, Texas. Our champion miniature Hereford female will receive a banner that's been donated by BHP Miniature Hereford, Mr. Mark Burt. The champion miniature Hereford will also going to receive a mercantile gift card donated by the Yearling International Livestock Show. The reserve champion miniature Hereford is also going to receive a banner donated by BHP Miniature Herefords, Mr. Mark Burt. Please. Number 31, bull calves capped May through July of 2024. We have a single entry coming into the ring.
Waiting on Braden for just a second. He just left the ring.
Let's run all the bulls together.
Miniature Hereford bulls, since they are single entries, we're going to roll them right into our champion bull division. Coming to the ring will be entry number 5183, Drayton Crest of Mart, Texas. Entry number 4883, BHP Miniature Herefords, Mark Burt of Waddell, Arizona.
to pins, a lot of product there. Probably could clip that tail head down just a little. I think his tail head joins into his spine just fine. Maybe take a little more hair off of that. That bull constantly, he wants to play and he wants to run, so every step he's getting up on his ankles. I'm not going to pretend like I don't see that. I think when he relaxed, I think if I saw this bull out on a pasture just meandering around, I love his bone work, I love his angles. He's a big testicle bull. Lays pretty good. They show that thing is stout now, and I appreciate that about him. He's bull-headed, looks like a bull's head. He's not overkill, but really fresh-fronted for a mature bull. He's a bull that's got some center whip to him. You can see what I can see when he goes. He wants to get up on those ankles, but he's not walking. He's practically running the whole time. He probably needs to get out on the grass and get a little of the vinegar taken out of him. The bull calf that comes in second, you can switch this pair in terms of quality because they're both high quality. My problem with the third place bull is this bull just simply goes better. He goes better at the ground. He's real good body. He's very, very good. And when he goes, he just goes with more comfort at the ground. Now you can say, well, your big bull didn't go as comfort as you want. No, he didn't. He didn't. This one probably goes a little better at the ground. But I do think this bull calf's just a tick tamped up a little straight on that front end. You can see he has to park a little wide. I think that's for a comfort level. When cattle get like that, I think it's because of a little straight shoulder. But he does go really good on his back too. Really good through the center body, extended nice up to the front. This is a good bull here in third. I wish at his young career, I wish for no more pounds that he's got to carry on. I wish he was a little more relaxed in the job. He's extended enough up front. He's good. He's got a lot of quality coming out of the backside of his shoulder where they need to. He's going good back under his loin. He doesn't run with the other two as far as the way he blends back into his flank. Nice trio of bulls. If I'm going to give up that lower dimension, I want him to go better at that.
Congratulations, your champion miniature Hereford bull belongs to Keegan Calendar of Filer, Idaho. And your reserve champion miniature Hereford bull belongs to Brayton Crest of Mart, Texas. Welcome to the ring, Class 1, Junior Heifer Calves Cab, on or after March 1st of 2024. Welcome to the ring, entry number 4613, Christopher Bear of Tracy, California. Entry number 2354, Garrett Smith of Snowville, Utah. Entry number 4543, Reagan Grow of Bagley, Iowa. Entry number 4617, CNG Incorporated of Bagley, Iowa. Entry number 5198, Molly Crow of Farmington, New Mexico. Entry number 4843, Charlie Ramsey of Alamogordo, New Mexico.
So in this AOB class, we've got a stellar heifer to win this class. She is really nice. She's so feminine, so well presented, so well shown, sound. You know, soundness alone gets her out of this class, but she's really good to boot. She's nice in her shoulder, nice in her neck, very good through her center body, long, soft pastures, wide from hooks to pins, good-headed, very feminine looking. A heifer that wins this and wins it quite handily. The heifer that comes second, if I didn't have to walk this heifer, I'm not going to tell you she beat the red heifer because she wouldn't, but if she didn't walk, she would stay, you know, you'd consider it. I wish she was, she doesn't take, I'm not trying to be mean, but she doesn't take a comfortable step. She gets out around, and when she gets out around, she gets up on those ankles. And I personal preference, okay? But she definitely, as good as she's made, and she is made really good, she's got to go second. Just her overall, she's so good from the back of her shoulder out to her loin. She just can't get comfortable when she goes in motion. You can see it. I think it transpires from her hock to the ground. I wish we could loosen her up. And she wouldn't beat the red heifer today, but if a guy can get that fixed, get her back on those heels, and she's rushing again, that doesn't help. She's wanting to run, and that's making her go up on those ankles. I considered the third place heifer maybe staying in the second hole, and as I evaluated her body-wise, she just gives up too much bone and too much flank for me to leave her in that second hole. She's phenotypically very good. I wish she had a little more bone work underneath of her. I wish she was just a little better behind her shoulders. That's a really high-quality heifer. She just gets a little shotgun belly for me today. Wide from hooks to pins. She's high quality to be sure. Young man, you got a nice heifer. You can lead her out next. She just gets a little piecey for me. She's a little raw the way her tailhead goes into her spine. She opens up behind her blade, and she's opened up on the top of her blade. Certainly like to reconstruct her. Young man does a really nice job with her. The red heifer that comes next, I just got to throw a little more bone her direction and relax her at the ground, okay? She stays up on her ankles every step. I love the way God designed her body because it's really, really good. I got to get her a little more bone, and I got to certainly make her sound there at the ground. This heifer here is really, really nice, and I can tell you what will be to her advantage. I've said it a couple times over the last couple days, and it's not derogatory, but she's a little old school looking. 10 years ago, that heifer might have won the class, okay? She's so elongated, so good looking. She just needs more true shape in her barrel, and she needs more depth from her chest back to her flank. Very nice class of heifers. I think the one that wins it quite handily.
Congratulations to your class winner, entry number 4843, Charlie Ramsey of Alamogordo, New Mexico. Second, CMG Incorporated from Bagley, Iowa. Third, Christopher Baer of Tracy, California. Fourth, Garrett Smith of Snowville, Utah. Fifth, Molly Crum of Farmington, New Mexico. And rounding out the class will be Reagan Snow of Bagley, Iowa.
Nice right, so I'll try not to talk too loud. This heifer's just a little spooked out here by herself. This one is designed very, very good. She lays nice on her chest forward. She extends nice out to her front. She's broad enough base. I wouldn't call her just dense to be sure, but she's, I think, adequate. Very, very good in her overall design. The way her neck drives into her shoulder, the way the back side of her shoulder joins into the back side of her forerib joins into the back side of her rib, I think is exceptional. She could be a little deeper sided maybe. Like the red heifer that went out in the last class, they both look like they could be related and typical of their bone work. But this one's sound at the ground. This one keeps her ankles down better. I think she's nice-footed. I think that's really good cattle. I'd like to soften her up just a little, and I'd like to give her a little more bone, but I certainly have no problem with the way she goes in motion.
Congratulations to Lindley Johnson of Happy, Texas. Coming into the ring now is going to be Emily Crump of La Plata, New Mexico.
as I talked in the prospect steer yesterday, you really got to be cognizant, I think, when you evaluate these things. You know, she's got that white belted right up in her flank. I think this heifer's really good in her underline. I think her chest floor is inverted enough on the lowest part of her belly. She's good out in her flank. A little more moderate frame. Just say that as an obvious, not as a negative. Like the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. She's real fresh and feminine headed. Good from hooks to pins. From what I can tell out here as a single entry, she's just a tick nervous when she comes in. I want to see her when there's other cattle to settle her down just a little. That's a really, really good heifer. She thought she was a February, so she's a little more modern in her frame, but I don't say that as a bad thing. I think her quality is really good.
Congratulations. Congratulations to Emily Crump of La Plata, New Mexico. We're going to be bringing back in our first place individuals for the division drive. Entry number 4843, Charlie Ramsey of Alamogordo, New Mexico. Entry number 2297, Lindley Johnson of Happy, Texas. And entry number 5193, Emily Crump of La Plata, New Mexico.
I made no secret when she wins her class how much I like this heifer. Feminine, deep, square hip, sound structure, good bone. Got some structure off of both ends of her skeleton. Beautiful headed. I love the way her tail head sits into her spine. Just a really good individual. The heifer that comes in a single entry, both these heifers actually did. The red heifer, I kind of compared her color-wise to a red heifer that stood down in the class. This deep red heifer was in. They were somewhat similar. They both need a shot of bone, but this one does it with more structure and more integrity at the ground. She keeps her ankles down better. That's a really, really nice heifer. You could shoot a little bone her way, and you could just flesh her up just a little. She's a little bit skinny. Bone her way and drop her flank down just a little, but that's a really good construction heifer. The little February heifer that comes out is the red and white one, just high quality. Yeah, she's a little bit smaller frame, and it depends what your program calls for. I mean, I'm not into big or little, I'm just into quality. And she is, I just pointed out, she's smaller, but man, she's designed good. She's good bone, not monster bone. Really, really good. Good from hooks to pins. Nice and fresh headed, fresh neck, fresh chest. Really nice heifer. There is quite admittedly a heifer in this that's going to win this division for fun, and it's the young lady out of the first place.
Congratulations to your division winner, Charlie Ramsey of Alamogordo, New Mexico. We're going to be bringing in CMG Incorporated from Bagley, Iowa.
So I'll just be blunt, this heifer that just leads in, if she could walk better, it's over. I mean, I love her design, I love her rib, and it's not a situation where every 10 steps she gets up on her ankle. She's just not comfortable now. I don't know if she's just a little nervous. I'm not going to make excuses for her. I really, really like this heifer. But when she come in and I've yet to see her take a step that I want to see her take, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to walk these one more time. I'm going to see if she'll give me a look, okay? Let's go around one more time.
As they exit the ring, we're going to be bringing in entry class number 7 for early summer yearling heifers cab May through June of 2023. Looking for entry number 2289 C.W. Johnson of Happy, Texas.
So I like that part about her. She's wide enough from hooks to pins. Does she explode there? No, but is it acceptable? Absolutely. Just a really combination good calf there to represent this class.
Congratulations, your division champion belongs to C.W. Johnson of Happy, Texas.
in the first spot, the way they come in the ring in terms of just quality throughout. Phenotypically, she's really well designed, good in her underline. She's a heifer when you put her in motion, you get her into these bigger breds, and she certainly doesn't disappoint there. Extends nice up in her front end, good through her rib. She's got good hip in her, she's got good angle to her back leg, got good feet. The white heifer, she's bold as could be. With that being said, I think her angles off of either end of her structure just a little straight, so I think she labors a little more when she goes around. It's not bad, it's just not as fluid a movement as the dark red heifer that's going to beat her in this class. Big feet, nice bone, very well shown, very well presented. She gets a little piece here in her top line, not as stout and bold from hooks to pins as the heifer that beats her. High quality. I think where it shows up on her when she moves is a little stiffer movement out of the front end.
2001 Megan of Live Oak, California. And your reserve in the division belongs to Claire Cookin of Escalon, California. Of our All Breeds category. Welcome to the ring, entry number 4843, Charolais Ramsey of Alamogordo, New Mexico. Entry number 2289, C.W. Johnson of Happy, Texas. And entry number 3001, Haley Maggie of Live Oak, California.
So for this late in the day, boy, this was a really nice drive on females. It truly was. Again, the heifer that checks in so often is this heifer right here in terms of her mid body. Perfect in her barrel shape, barrel depth, inverted in her chest floor, nice headed, nice neck, lays good in her shoulder. Front two sits, her knee sits back on like it should. And then the funnest part about this heifer, she looks awesome standing still, and she looks even better when she puts her in motion. Just compliment you on your fit job, your show job. This was a good fit set of cattle also. Just an exceptional female. The heifer that comes out of the next class is a heifer that's really good, really dense, really bold. Probably when I compare her to the one behind her, she's dense for sure and bold. She's a little rounder in her shoulder and a little more open at the top of the blade when she goes in motion. I think both those heifers are very comparable to one another as far as their shape and curvature of rib and depth of rib. Both high quality females, both females that don't disappoint when you ask them to go in motion. The other red heifer that comes out of the last class, I was glad to see this heifer show up. She sets her hind leg down good. She's long, real long hip. She's big-footed, long bodied, and still gets just about there when she goes in motion. I like the flex to her hop when she goes. I like the way she's cushioned at her ankle. Just high quality to be sure. This was one whale of a fun division to sort. I think the quality ran really deep. I'll show you the two that I like, but I think this division was exceptionally good.
Congratulations, your champion belongs to Charolais Ramsey of Alamogordo, New Mexico. They're now going to bring in Emily Crum from La Plata, New Mexico. California.
Just a reminder to all exhibitors that are
Her front, probably a little hard to read her today. She's really green. You know, as far as that goes, she's good on the back side of her shoulder. Up high, she probably cuts in a little bit of her lower forerib. She's got a lot of hip in her. I think she goes relatively good. She wants to get up just a little on her ankles, but not bad. Wide to the center part of her quarter. I don't know if anybody can tell you for sure when one's this young and this green what she's going to do. If she'll soften up side, she's really got a lot of high quality, a lot of good parts to build off on this heifer.
congratulations. Entry number 5906, Dylan Carlisle of Kirtland, New Mexico. Entry number 3171, Mackenzie Crawford of Catastadero, California. Entry number 2384, Bailey Dutra of Hereford, California. Entry number 5904, Dylan Carlisle of Kirtland, New Mexico.
So as much quality as there is in this class, I think it's a class that sorted itself pretty handily in terms of every one of these cattle is high quality. it's personal preference what sets down on you. The heifer that wins, I don't think there's any question in this class. She's good bone, she's good down at her ankles, feminine, nice-headed, lays in her shoulder good. When she parks at times, she looks just a little out on this right front, but I'm not sure that's even the case. She's really good from hooks to pins. I love her off both ends of her structure. She's got some width and she keeps her chest floor up in her very tight and very feminine. The heifer that comes next, man, that's a good heifer too. She gives up a little bone work of the heifer that beats her in this class, but she doesn't give up quality. That heifer is really good in her shoulder, really good in her neck, pretty good behind her shoulder, good from hooks to pins. If we throw a little more bone her direction, I spend a lot more time deciding on that pitch. She's got big, long feet, long pastures, high quality. If you want, and the white heifer here, she's just a little more moderate in her kind. It doesn't make her bad. I could see this one being an awesome steer donor. She's a little shorter back as I compare her to 1 and 2. It doesn't make it bad, it just makes it what I'm dealt, the hand I'm dealt. I like the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. Her shoulder sits in her pretty good. When her head's that high, she looks like she toes out up front, but I'm not even sure if that's the case. But you want to set those front two together a little better. Really good to her center body. She's a heifer that's really stout from hooks to pins. The black heifer here that goes for, as I coined a heifer that went out a few classes ago. And this isn't derogatory, this isn't negative. She's just a little old school looking in terms of, man, there was back in the day when she's so elongated in her front, elongated in her lines, long from her pole back to her tail head. And that was so acceptable back in that time. If I'm going to get her higher in this class, I just got to explode her in her mid-body. I wouldn't call her so over long-bodied that it makes her look shallow. I think she just is a little shallow. Want to see a little more true curvature to her rib and drop her down on that side, that flank. Awful nice class of heifers.
If you want to do the grand drive, that's
Hereford, California. Second, Dylan Carlisle, Kirtland, New Mexico. Third, Dylan Carlisle, Kirtland, New Mexico. Fourth, Emily Crum, La Palta, New Mexico. Entering the ring now is going to be class 1.3. Welcome to the ring, entry number 3044, Lacey Bell Desmond of Casa Grande, Arizona. Entry number 4303, Andrew Stoneberg of Shed, Oregon. Entry number 5199, Molly Crump of Farmington, New Mexico. Entry number 4148, Colton Anderson of Escalon, California.
We're going to take the winner from this class and run it with the winner from the last class and the next two divisions.
10-4.
To start this class with really cowling in her center body, nice and extended up to her, very fresh up in the high part of her neck. A little more chest floor there developing maybe that I think in a perfect girl needs to be there at this stage. But really good heifer, good through her center body, good in her structure, good from hooks to pins. Got some base width off either end. Really nice heifer. She's feminine headed. I think she has to win this class quite handily. It gets a little more of a problem for me for 2 and 3, just simply because there's some things I'd like to change about both these heifers. I love the freshness and femininity in the 2 heifer in this class. Love the layer that comes out of the shoulder. Is she as pronounced coming out the backside of the shoulder as the one that wins this class? She is not. Is she good enough? I'm going to call her just good enough. She's a little finer bone as I compare her to that one. And she tends to want to get down in her pins when she walks. I like to pick her pin set up. But boy, oh boy, she take a heck of a back pitch. Those are the things I'd like to change about her. I contemplated using this heifer in 3rd and 2nd, and then as I evaluated, I was like, you know what? I think as the way she opens up at the top of the blade, and you'll see it when she moves, not so much when she's parked. You could kind of put your fist up on top of her back and her blade. There's quite a bit of distance there between her shoulder blades. I'd like to change that. Definitely like to lay her a little flatter on her shoulder and a little bit better behind her shoulder. And then as you see what I see, she wants to sway behind her shoulder a little bit. And as she goes, she gets down in her pin. So I've opted to just leave that down the way they were. Now, I have been in a situation before where I put a heifer on a steer that's built like this, down this far, and boy, you'll get a steer guy that'll rip you to shreds, and I'm fine with that. She's a little clubby for me. I'm looking for more maternal on this side of the ring, not on that side, but on this side. She gets a little rigid in her hock, and I'd like to change that about her. She gets a little open in her shoulder too. Now she's dense, she's big bone, big hip, all of the above. She's a little more clubby looking, and that doesn't make her bad. I mean, if that's what they want to do. But even with that, we're going to have to use a bull that's pretty doggone fluid in those back too, because she gets a little iffy on those back too.
Congratulations to Lacey Valdez-Smith of Casa Grande, Arizona. Second, Andrew Stoneberg of $23.84, Bailey Dutra of Hereford, California. Entry number 3044, Lacey Valdez-Smith of Casa Grande, Arizona. Entry number 4598, Maya Van Dyke of Albany, Oregon. And entry number 2153, Carly King of Tonopah, Arizona.
Hold on, I need to add one other class. It was under the tag on the clipboard. And what is his position? Is he his own or is he with the next one?
Oh, yeah. He'll be in his own division, or he'll be with the next division.
So just to be clear to the onlookers, you're wondering, well, what do we got going on here? Well, the little mouse-colored heifer come out in a single entry. And then we have the bald heifer. You've seen the bald face heifer. You've seen her. You see this excellent black heifer that comes out of the 3rd class. But the 2 heifers on the back side of our lineup, they're single entries, but they're still in this division. So you and I both have seen these for the first time. I think this is a very, very good lineup in this division. As I talked to mouse-colored heifer, she's very juvenile, very skinny yet. I don't know if anyone get offended by me saying that. I'm just stating, you know, the tail will get told as we keep feeding front of this one. Even with feed, I'd probably like to, in all honesty, I'd like to shoot a little bone in her direction. but an awfully nice heifer with some really good parts to build on. This heifer here, I didn't hide my feelings. I really like this heifer. She's nice footed, she's big bone, very well presented. She's big hip, big back, got big bone under her. She reaches really good, and she's a show heifer that's stout. I really like this heifer. The heifer that comes out of the next class, the class you all saw with me, she wins that class for fun as far as I'm concerned. As far as her mid-rib, she's as good or maybe even more pronounced in her boldness of curvature and her depth of body than the bold-face heifer that stands in front of her. Where I don't think she is quite as good, I think she's a little rounder shouldered and a little more open at the top of the blade. That's just telling you what I see. I think that is an awesome pair of heifers. At times, I wonder if her tail head sits in her just a little high, but I'm going to probably omit that. Maybe I've already said it and shouldn't have, but I think that's acceptable. I want to make her a little bolder on the back side of her shoulder and make her a little more refined inner shoulder and make that blade not move so open at the top of the back. The heifer that comes out now, really nice heifer. She's a heifer that probably a little more dry in her mid-body. I'd like to make her a little more explosive to match up with the cattle in front of her. But really good quality. And like I said, I'm seeing her for the very first time. Wide in her pin set, good from hooks to pins. That's only going to get better. Her bone work probably matches the balding heifer on the second hole more than any heifer out here. This heifer that comes out now, again, first time I've seen her, she's a heifer that's really nice in her lines. She gets up in the middle of her back a little bit when she goes in motion. I don't know if she just needs more hair out there, if that's part of her skeletal makeup. She's a heifer. If I could change her the way her neck comes out the top of her shoulder, she's just a thick U-neck. I'd like to change that about her. But really good. I'm really proud of this lineup. I'll show you the ones I like.
Congratulations, your division belongs to Bailey Dutra of Hereford, California.
Quick reminder to all milking cattle, the Supreme shows
23. Welcome to the ring, entry number 2388, facing Couch of Grass Valley, California. Entry number 336, Taylor Rowland of Peralta, New Mexico. Entry number 1561, Tyler Coquette of Flagstaff, Arizona. And entry number 4637, Billy Courtney Smith of Grass Valley, California.
I know Pooh.
Again, this is a personal preference thing as far as switching the 2 and 3 cattle in this lineup. The heifer that wins, when they hit the ring, she's going to win this class. She's very, very feminine and still got something to her. I love the set to her hock. I love the angle to her pastures. Yeah, she gets out just a little on her front end. I don't think she's straight-footed, but she does turn out just ever so slightly. She's got a really nice front end. She's really feminine and fresh looking up in her front 1/3. Good from hooks to pins. I like the angle to the back leg. Very, very well presented. This goes to the personal preference part. There's nothing wrong with the heifer in 3rd as far as her frame size. I like cattle, quite honestly, to be a little bit bigger. It's just the next judge will do it different, and I acknowledge that, and I respect that. This heifer here, I think she comes out of the top of her shoulder more natural, more feminine, more attractive. She's a good headed cattle. She's good to her center rib. She goes in motion good. She's a heifer that I like her boldness of rib. She isn't just as extreme boldness and curvature, the heifer that beats her. She's certainly adequate, good from hooks to pins. The heifer, the Baldy heifer that comes really well designed. I think the longer she's out here, I think she gives up some of her loin. She drops in her loin a little. She's quite moderate in her frame, and it doesn't matter. I mean, it depends where you want to go with your breeding program. I like cattle with a little more gas, probably. I love her feet and legs. She's just a tick U-neck when you look at her coming out of the top of her shoulder. And quite honestly, she's not that long back that she wants to give up at her top just ever so slightly. But I think that's a high quality heifer. If you want to argue that placing and put her in 2nd, I don't have an issue with that. I just like to see it with a little more gas. You can see when she goes, I think she wants to dip that loin a little bit. I'd like to change that about her. This heifer here is really nice, this gold-colored heifer. She gets a little flatter throughout. She's flatter out her hips, she's flatter in her rib curvature. Her lines are good, she's very attractive. Young lady does a nice job showing her. I just need to explode her in her rib curvature. I think she gets just a little straighter in her hop. But with that being said, you were in some pretty deep water. That was a very tough course for those heifers.
Congratulations to Daisy Couch of Grass Valley, California. Second, Billy Courtney Smith of Grass Valley, California. Third, Tyler Paquette of Flagstaff, Arizona. And in fourth, Taylor Rowland of Peralta, New Mexico. We are now moving into our division draw. Welcome back to the ring. Entry number 6044, Nicholas Vidovich. Entry number 1895, Bailey Stout, Marana, Arizona. Entry number 2388, Daisy Couch, Grass Valley, California.
Folks, you know what makes this fun? It makes it fun when high quality keeps coming to you. Because you're going to end up with one that's darn good, and if you're not arrogant, you're not going to think that everybody on the other side of the house is going to agree with the way you place things. But what you do have is you're going to end up with a good female today. When we're sorting the females, you're going to end up with a good female because they just keep coming. Whether everyone agrees with you in the life of showing cattle, that's not going to happen. Not everybody over there agrees with every place, and I'm cool with that. I've been on that side of the fence, and I didn't agree with the judge either. That's fine. This heifer here that almost has a little bit of a Scottish Highlander influence to her just from the wave of her hair. The young man says she does not. That's a really nice heifer. The wave of her hair makes her look just a nickel stale, but she's not. She's square made. She's good. Good through her center body, not incredibly explosive through her curvature. She's definitely deep enough body. She's got enough bone, she's got a nice foot. The most colored heifer that comes out of the next class. I saw her yesterday. That's a really nice heifer. Is she as good from hooks to pins as the heifer I'll talk about here in a second? I'd like to spread her apart in her pins just a little bit, but she's still got some product in her, very feminine, and really goes in motion good in that side. I love her size, I love her foot size, I love her bend to her hop. Really nice heifer. And then this heifer comes out of the next class, and she's just very, very good in her design. She's got a real female-looking leg. She's straight enough hop, but she's not too straight hop. Love the presence of that front end of that heifer. I mean, she's cocky. She knows she's a show heifer. She's got those ears straight forward, lays flat back shoulder. Front two go pretty much north and south, might be a little turnout. And I've been not overly critical on that because they're standing in sand and sometimes it doesn't stand quite even. Not making excuses for her either. Love the design of this heifer, love her from hooks to pins, love her through her center quarter. She'll be your champion of this division.
Congratulations to Daisy Couch, Grass Valley, California.
How many classes are left?
I've been announcing it non-stop. You need to be here to make something.
Of Grass Valley, California.
And this was going to be a division drive. Welcome to the ring.
Bailey Dutra, then Daisy Couch, then Shelby Kinney.
We're going to move right into the full division drive for the champion female. Welcome to the ring. Entry number 2384, Bailey Dutra of Hereford, California. Entry number 2388, Daisy Couch of Grass Valley, California. And entry number 3739, Shelby Kinney of Glen, New Mexico.
Is that okay? Does that make sense?
All branded reserve breed champions, all branded reserve breed champions between the cow-calf pair, the heifers, and the bulls of the open cattle show need to be ringside immediately.
I like her shirt. With that calf.
Much I wouldn't change about this one as far as her body, okay? I love her flatness of shoulder. I absolutely admire the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. This is the toughest pair I've had to place today because they're different types of kinds, but they're both so damn good. This thing is so elite to her center body, so elite in her top, from hooks to pins, carries down into her stifle. Now, I would be the first to admit to you, it's not bad, but when she goes in motion, I wish she had a little more true flex in that hock. I wish that hock would just swing forward and make her, she makes her track, but she gets outside of it just ever so slightly. And I just hate even noticing that about her because I just love the way this heifer comes out. You're not going to build one much better than that, the way she comes out of her shoulder, that feminine head, so good in her top line, so good. I mean, her ankles look really good. It's just when she walks, and I noticed it in class, she does go outside of herself just a little. It's not like, oh gosh, that ain't going to work. I wish I could change that about her. The black and white heifer that comes out that we hadn't seen. Really a nice heifer. I've bragged on some cattle today that are long body, from her pole to her rear end. She is very long body. As you can see, what I see, she just doesn't have quite as much explosion through the center part of her body. And then she just, in her hip and down to her stifle, she just runs, she's a little high twisted. She runs a little bit out of gas. Phenotypically, she's awesome. Look at the center leg, big feet. I'm not gonna apologize for this, I guess, but I am gonna walk these one more time because I truly don't know where I want to land. And it is, I'll be honest, it's between these two. Part, it's automatic for me. I just come out and pick this black heifer. I want to see her move one more time. I think she's a little more commanding and dominant in her hip and carries down. And I think she has a little more true dimension under that beautiful fit job and that beautiful hair coat she's got, like the heifer in front. So I think this one should be expected to travel just a little better because I don't think there is quite as much lower shape. Am I trying to indicate that she doesn't have enough? I'm not doing that either. I want to see him walk one more time, please.
We're gonna have to take like this call, but we're not gonna.
Yeah. It'll take a minute for them to line them up. I think just line them up.
Now see the lineup going down there. JD. Take that to Melissa.
We will now be bringing in Billy Courtney Smith.
No. Where's Abby?
Congratulations to Bailey Dutra. Just a reminder for everyone that is around the ring that the Supreme Champion show is going to start immediately following the percentage show. So Grandin reserves, please be ringside and ready. Just a quick reminder that our order for the Supreme show is going to be, we're going to start with our cow-calf pairs, and then we're going to move in with our heifers, and then our bulls. But we need all individuals to be ringside and ready.
So quite honestly and admittedly, I'm a little bit of a dilemma on these two pairs, and simply because on one pair I prefer the cow more, and on the other pair I prefer the calf more. So I just got to weigh out what I think is going to go on here. Both calves are about 3 months old. I'd say they're somewhat comparable in their overall weight. So as far as production from the cow, I'd say both cows are doing about the same thing. I prefer the calf in the back pair more than the calf in the front pair, but I think if a guy sheared a bunch of hair off her chest and off her neck, she looks like she runs out of balance a little bit, okay? I think she's good in her body. That tail hip bothers me just a little bit. She's adequate in her bone, you know, she's just a baby, she's 3 months old. I think you could don't get mad at me, but I think you could do her a lot of justice by coming down on the top of that shoulder and taking a bushel basket full of hair off that front 1/3, and then I think you balance her up. I think it's more hair than anything, and maybe I'm making an excuse for her. The cow, I really like the cow. She's big boned, she's long stepping, she's good footed, pretty good uddered. Where she excels the cow that stands behind her, and you probably aren't going to see many cows designed like this second place one. She is so extended. I mean, she's got a neck like an anteater, and I'm not being derogatory. I mean, you don't see a neck that long and that slender. But I gotta see it. You can see she's a little U-neck, the way her neck joins into the top of her shoulder. And then she breaks behind her shoulder a little bit. She's just not quite as good in her forerib as the cow that leads off this deal. So I think they're both pretty comparable in their chest form. I think this cow, and that's going to be the way they're placed. I think the cow in the second hole, I think she almost makes her stride, but she gets a little choppy the way she gets there. So with that being said, it's a little bit of a dilemma because I like the cow in the front better, and I'm just being honest. I can pretend like I like the calf better too. I think I like the phenotype of the little bull calf that's behind the first cow. But another thing I'll say about his mother, she's done a good job as I compare to the cow in front of her. She's probably adequate bone-wise compared to her. She gets real high in her twist. I wish she carried out. I wish she was wider pinned and carried down toward her hock more. Really a nice duo of pairs here, but that's the way I see them. I'm going to leave them the way they came.
Congratulations, your champion cow-calf pair belongs to Lindley Johnson of Happy, Texas. And your reserve champion cow-calf pair belongs to Peter Grosetta of Cottonwood, Arizona.
Okay.
On this first class of owners.
We're gonna run that as a division, right?
Yeah, we should. Let's run both of them in as a division since there's just two.
is the way they're going to stay, and they have to in terms of just overall bone, foot, depth of body, extension up to his front. Now, is he perfect behind his shoulders? No, he's skinny, and that should get better. Hopefully that gets better. I'd like to give him a little more power right on the back side of his shoulder. And then he flattens out in his hip. I wish there was a little more true expression out in his hip. But he's a good testicle calf. He's a calf that's relatively sound. He's good bone. He just has to win in this duo. The calf that comes out next, well, there's some things I really admire about this calf. He's elongated up to his front. He just isn't as explosive to the center part of his body. Now, you could argue and say, well, I think this calf carries down into his stifle a little more than the one that wins. You're right, he does. I would like to relax him in his tail head, explode him in his midrib, and then give him a little more angle off of either end. I think he's just a little straight in his joints, a little straight in his front knee. Really nice calf, and I'm trying to evaluate him too. You know, he's not really wanting to be a show bull just quite yet, but as time goes on, that'll get better. Nice pair of bulls.
Congratulations to Elizabeth Covey of Van Buren, Arkansas. Your reserve division belongs to Rhett Wade of San Simon, Arizona. We are now going to be moving right into our champion bull selection. Welcome to the ring, entry number 4792, Elizabeth Covey of Van Buren, Arkansas. Entry number 1168, Lindsay Carecraft of Tracy, California. And entry number 1643, Nicholas Vinovich of Midland, Pennsylvania.
I'm working on it. We're getting there.
This bull side of things, the calf that comes out and beats a calf in class, so good. I mean, even comparing him against the old bulls, he's really profound on the side of his body. Now, under all that beautiful hair, I'd like to stump him up in his forearm, make a little more true cow there, and I'd like to stump him up in his hip. He flattens out in the high part of his hip, and he goes a little high in his twist. Beautiful through his center body. There's no denying that. He's real nice headed, real good neck, good chest, and he goes relatively sound. The Baldy bull that I've just seen for the first time. Quite impressive for the power and the mass he has on his top. His big loin, he screams muscle from the top of his withers all the way back to his tail hill. He's wide pin set, carries down into his stifle, his big bone. Really sound for, I said to this young lady, I said, that rascal can really go for one that's that packed full of red meat, and he can. He's really nice. Love him up in his jaw. He looks like a bull. He's not refined like a heifer, but he's still really nice in his chest flowing up through his frontal third. the big bull that comes out behind him is a good bull. He's long-bodied. He's probably as long-bodied as the baldy bull that stands ahead of him. My concern on this bull when he goes in motion is I think he's a tick straight-fronted, and I think he wants to get up in his back. I think it's in the top part of his skeleton. I'd certainly like to see this bull move a little better. The things I admire about him, he's a stout rascal too. He lays good in his shoulder. He's pretty good fronted, pretty good bone, good set of testicles on that bull. When I compare him to the baldy in front of him, there just isn't as much true power from hooks to pins. And then, like I said, when he goes in motion, he wants to get up in the middle of his back. And I think it's a structural thing where he's a little tight spine, just truthfully, but a really, really nice bull. I've got my mind made up on who's going to win this division, and or win this drive, and it's going to be the young lady with the baldy bull.
Nope. Yes.
Congratulations, your champion. All of the breeds presented bull belongs to entry number 1168, Lindsay Carecraft of Tracy, California. To Elizabeth Covey of Van Buren, Arkansas. And that concludes our all other percentage show. Please give us a few minutes so we can get ready and get the ring cleared for the Supreme Champion selection of the Arizona National Open Cattle Show. All breeds, please be ringside. All breeds, please be ringside. Open Cattle Drive. I would like to take a minute and introduce a few individuals that are representing the Arizona National Livestock Show. First, I'd like to introduce our leader of all, Lori Lewis, our cattle superintendent. I'd also like to introduce our other fearless leader, the president, Miss Tiffany Selchak.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much to all of you for being here, for traveling here. We appreciate you guys so much. I'm so excited to be here with you guys to kick off the Supreme Open Cattle Drive.
I'd also like to take a quick minute and introduce and thank our judge today, Mr. Bob May from Mineral Point, Wisconsin. We are going to begin our show today with the Supreme Drive of the cow-calf pairs. Entering the ring now is going to be representing the Angus breed. Entry number 2458, Kagan Beckett from Fort Sumner, New Mexico. Representing the Charolais breed, entry number 201, Fernando Corona Melendez of Ashland, Oregon. Representing the all other percentage breeds, entry number 2296, Lindley Johnson of Happy, Texas. We're also going to be bringing in our reserve cow-calf pairs. Welcome to the ring, entry number 1496, Mr. Peter Grosetta of Cottonwood, Arizona. A banner that was donated by Aztec Angus Farm, Mr. Terry and Kathy Van Helsen. Please give our sponsors a big round of applause. Our champion cow-calf pair will also be receiving a $1,000 premium that was donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show. Please give them a big round of applause. A $500 premium donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show. Please give them a big round of applause.
On this cow-calf pair thing. This was a fun division to sort in terms of quality, not numbers, but quality. The Angus that come out first, just what's so impressive here is the way that cow is held together through her body depth, through her overall design. She's a cow that still gets out and goes good. She's not pulled down. Her udder is fairly nice. I'd like to maybe shorten those teats up just ever so slightly. But just as far as if you evaluate just the cows, I mean, that's kind of a no-brainer. But she's also doing a really good job raising a calf. He's a calf. I think she said he was born in May. Is that what she told me? So he's not very old. And I think she's doing an awesome job. For no more than she's pulled down, I think she's doing an awesome job with a calf that I think's got a ton of quality as it goes. The Charolais cow, the Charolais pair, she's the one that dang sure put the effort for. This is an April calf here. And I mean, she put some groceries at. Now you can see what I can see. She's dry now. They pulled this calf off. It's still her baby calf. She's got big bone. She's profiled good. She gets up in her back just a little when she goes in motion. But man, I can't deny when she's putting a big, stout, burly calf on the ground. That calf maybe is just a nickel straight fronted, but man, oh man, you talk about performance and pounds, and a cow still in really good shape. Now she has an advantage as far as her fleshing ability to the Angus cow, simply because that young man told me that calf's been off her for a minute now, and so she's had a chance to grease back up a little bit. I would like to change her when she goes. I love that cow standing still. When she goes in motion, she wants to crop up right ahead of her loin, and I'd like to change that about her. But I'm in total admiration for the bull calf she put on the ground in his racing. Then we get back to this AOB, and that was a good pair of AOB cows. And I stated I like the cow better on the AOB mother that wins it, and I probably like the calf a little better on the reserve pair. I think they're both dang good cattle. The reserve cow is a little more of a freak show. I mean, I don't know that I've seen a neck that slender and that long in a long time out of any breed. With that being said, I didn't think there was quite as much cow from her hooks back and down into her stifle. This cow, the mother of this little heifer calf, I think she's really good bone. She's not quite as choppy in her overall movement. Now, I hope I didn't make you mad. Did I? Not really. I just think, and I think you need to take a little more hair off that front end. And you probably did take a little off, did you? Okay, and it looks better. But she just didn't balance up. It looked like she was all front, and it does look better. I think you can still wind that shoulder down and take that neck really tight. And then all of a sudden, I don't know that I'd say that I like the calf on that one better than this one. So that's the differences I see in these. I got a pair that I just got to use. I think the cow has maintained herself in such a good way, raising a really good calf with some performance. Nice udder. Just your Angus will be your champion there.
Your champion cow-calf pair belongs to Hagen Burnett the Cat of Fort Sumner, New Mexico. And your reserve belongs to Fernando Corona Melendez of Ashland, Oregon. Please stick around, or you may even head over to the open cattle barn backdrop. At the conclusion of our Supreme Show, we'll take the official pictures with our judge at the Arizona National backdrop. Entry number is 1478, Kaylee Flood of Oakdale, California. Representing the Brahman breed,
91 in the mini stretched.
2269, Katie Burnett of Ladonia, Texas.
We still announced them anyways.
Representing the Angus breed, entry number 1287, Brody Westine of Stephenville,
Agree with
Texas.
that.
Representing the Charolais breed, entry number 4809, Georgia Godow of Ladonia, Texas. Representing the Hereford breed, entry number 2118, Morgan Fearman of Parma, Idaho. Representing the Maine Jew breed, entry number 5361, Berkeley McKay of Orlando, Oklahoma. Representing the miniature Hereford breed, entry number 6691, Wade Sears of Hondo, New Mexico. Representing the ALB category, entry number 4843, Charlie Ramsey of Alamogordo, New Mexico. And representing the all other percentage division, entry number 2388, Macy Couch, Grass Valley, California. We would like to bring in our reserve breed champions and recognize them. Representing the Angus breed, entry number 5856, Connor Cook of Huntley, Montana. Representing the Brahman breed, entry number 2268, Katie Burnett, Ladonia, Texas. Representing the Angus breed, entry number 1176, Grace Carpenter of Hatch, New Mexico. Representing the Charolais breed, entry number 4807, Georgia Godow, Ladonia, Texas. Representing the Hereford breed, entry number 3513, Peyton Parker, Montague, California. Representing the Maine Jew breed, entry number 5605, Kendall Delable of Live Oak, California. Representing the miniature Hereford breed, entry number 4756, Aubrey Blizzard, Big Spring, Texas. Representing the all other breed category, entry number 3001, Haley Megan of Live Oak, California. Representing the all other percentage breed, entry number 2384, Bailey Dutra of Hereford, California. Please give these individuals a big round of applause. that helped put on our show today. I'd like to thank Ag West, Bale Hay Sales, BHP Miniature Herefords, Brett Hansa Cattle Company, GNC Water and Ice, Going Places RV, Hairpin S Cattle Company, Johnson Livestock Company, Curly Cattle Company, K&B Livestock Show Supplies, Lincoln Cattle Company, Legends You Gotta Believe Show Camps, Microbia Plus, Nutrition by Design, Salt River Projects, Saltwell Brahman Ranch, Showright, Sullivan Show Supply, Transova, Weaver Leather Livestock, and WW Rodeo Systems. Please give our sponsors a big round of applause.
A couple of closing remarks before we pick our Supreme and Reserve Supreme Heifer. My wish is that I could pick 5. I mean, I know I can't. I know that's not the way this is set up. But the quality runs so deep, in my opinion, here. The Champion and Reserve, no matter what, it's going to be fun. I typically forget to thank my ring help, so I want to thank them. I've had some great ring help. I know I heard from the sidelines that I was goofing around too much with the gal. I like to keep lighthearted when I'm out here. I don't like to take myself too seriously, but I give you my word, I was focused on what I was doing. This thing, I circled, I think, 4 head of cattle, and I'm not going to pretend they're the 4 that are in contention. This Angus heifer, what makes her elite is she's got plenty of condition on her. I mean, she's right there. Is she too fat? Is she dotty? No. But she is right on the bubble. And what makes her so fun to watch her is having that much condition and that much stout, the way she can move around the ring. The front 2 go pretty much straight north and south. With the extra condition, you could say, well, I wish she was a little more sleeker neck. Well, that's because of that little extra rind she has on her. But man, her chest and her underline are so good. I love watching that one walk. Real square hip, real square, wide in the center of her hip. Then we go down to this main heifer, quite a bit more juvenile, a youngster. I love the way this one's designed. She beat an awful good heifer in her drive. I love the designation of this heifer. She is so feminine, so maternal looking. Yeah, she's young, and the trail's still to be told of what she becomes as she's a big one. But I love her when she goes in motion. I suspect she beat an awfully good heifer that I thought wasn't as fresh from the top of the crest down into her jawline. And I thought this one is more appropriate right in her chest floor, the way it sits in her. If you look at her, it's inverted from the lowest part of her belly sweep. The red and white AOB heifer, I really admire this heifer. I like her standing still, I like her even better walking. Just really designed good. I never come to any show looking for the biggest one, the thickest one, just the one that blends everything together the best, in my opinion. I mean, that's what I'm always looking for. I think she does a phenomenal job doing that. This heifer here that comes out of the last division, I'm not gonna lie to you, standing still, I absolutely love this heifer. Absolutely love her. But, and if I was just to get dropped in here and say, okay, pick you a champion in reserve, I walk through these heifers and I'm thinking, yeah, she's the one that I'm going to use to win. But to stay true to myself, I wish she handled her back too a little better. Is it bad? No, it's not bad. But I saw it from the first time she entered the ring. I mean, what's not to like about that heifer? But you can see when she goes, she doesn't have quite the comfort level of the three previous heifers that I talked about. She doesn't bend that hot quite as good. Is that nitpicking? You darn right that's nitpicking, because that's an awful good heifer. If I'm going to stay true to myself, though, I want to stay with cattle that I'm very comfortable with their soundness and their structure. Do I think it's a problem with her? Not necessarily a problem, but I don't think it's awful to me either. That head, neck, and shoulder, and that depth of body, chest floor sits in her good, feet are good. She just doesn't function quite as fluid out of that hop. I'm going to go show you the two I like. They don't have to match each other exactly, but I think they're of the highest quality. I think they're cattle that are so sound and so functional. And we'll show you the ones I like. Like I said, if you're going to judge these things, if the only way you're going to survive judging these things is you better not have a big ego or a big degree of arrogance, because not everyone over there is going to agree with me, and I honor that, okay? If that was the case, there'd only be a couple head of cattle worth anything nationwide. So with that being said, I'll pick you a champion reserve. I certainly appreciate you having me here in Phoenix.
Congratulations, your supreme champion belongs out of the Angus breed to Kaylee Flood of Oakdale, California. We will bring it into reserve Angus Connor Cook from Huntley, Montana. Congratulations, your supreme reserve goes to Berkeley McKay of Orlando, Oklahoma. Let's give all of our exhibitors a big round of applause. Our Supreme Bull Drive.
Is my reserve Charolais coming?
Welcome to the ring, representing the Angus breed, entry 6010, Eric Seljoy of Baker City, Oregon. Representing the Brahman breed, entry number 2270, Katie Burnett, Ladonia, Texas. Representing the Charolais breed, entry number 4992, Samantha Colson, Albany, Oregon. Representing the Hereford breed, entry number 148, Garrett Smith of Snowville, Utah. Representing the Maine Anjou breed, entry number 2422, Rhett Wade, Sansimo, Arizona. Representing the miniature Hereford breed, entry number 1563, Keegan Callenborn of Filer, Idaho. And representing the all other percentage breed, entry number 1168, Lindsay Carecraft.
She has to sit still. Heidi.
Seljoy of Baker City, Oregon. Representing the Charolais Bull, entry number 199, Fernanda Corona Melendez of Ashland, Oregon. Representing the miniature Hereford division, entry number 5183, Braden Crest of Martin, Texas. And representing the all other percentage breed, entry number 4792, Elizabeth Covey. Our Supreme Champion Bull is going to be receiving a banner that has been donated by Mr. Larry Stark and a premium of $1,500. Let's get donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show. Let's give our sponsors a big round of applause. And our Reserve Supreme Champion Bull is going to be receiving a banner and a premium of $500 that's been donated by the Arizona National Livestock Show. Please give our sponsor a big round of applause.
5-minute call, 5-minute call.
Your closing remarks before we pick your champion and reserve Supreme Bull here in our drive. I don't ever figure that it's my right to judge a cattle show, no matter what size, whether it's a county fair or a show of this magnitude. I feel it's a privilege anytime I'm asked, because I know there's a long list of people that can evaluate these things. So I certainly don't feel like I'm entitled to that option, but thank you for the call. I've had fun being out here. I was telling somebody that the last time I was on this fairgrounds was roughly 50 years ago. I come out here from Illinois to fit a steer for a family, and the drive out here seemed long. It seemed really long on the way home because we got our hind kicked while we were here. So it seemed like the distance going back was a lot further than when we came out here with the hopes of winning. So that's the last time I've been here. I think this setting is awesome. I've only ever judged outside one other time, and that was in Colorado on the grass. And I really do like this. Did it get a little warm? Yeah, I got to take toasty since it was 3 degrees below zero about 10 days ago at my house, so that's quite an adjustment, but it was a welcome adjustment, and I appreciate how accepting everyone was here. What I would say too is this was a little different type of trip for me. I got partway here and found out my granddaughter had RSV and was in the hospital with IVs in her and oxygen putting down her. And a lot of people in this industry were praying for that little girl. She was only in the hospital for less than 48 hours, and she's out kicking and screaming again. So very appreciative of that. This is a business. This is the only business I've ever known. I always want to do it fair and upright. I want to keep these cattle as sound as I can keep them. And I know that's one single facet. I know once in a while you might have to give up just a tick of that to get the individual you want. But I got a bull here in this Angus bull. I love this bull standing still. I mean, he's a machine to be sure. He's stout, he's big body. And just looking at him standing, I relate him to the heifer that stood on the end, the AOP heifer, in that, man, you wouldn't guess this bull would walk like he does. And I know he's a big bull moving a lot of weight and a lot of power around. He gets outside of himself just ever so slightly. And I noticed that when he come in the ring, but I'm like, man, to have that much juice and that much power and dimension and rib shape and dominance through his midsection, he just couldn't be denying that breed. I love your bull. Love your bull standing still. I wish he was a little freer in his hop. I'm just being honest with you. The skinniest bull out here is the Charolais bull. He's a February calf, and he's the leanest bull out here. And I'm appreciative of that. I have no problem with that. I think she said he weighed like in that 1250 range, so that's certainly his rate of gain and performance is certainly on track. He's a big meted bull. There's so much I like about this bull. Is he the soggiest bodied bull in the lineup? No, you can see he needs to mature a little more and get a little softer body. Where I would change him is I'd give him just a tick more foot size, and he wants to toe out on that front end just ever so slightly. But as far as quality, he's got the quality. He's got that part down. I'd like to make those front two go a little more north and south. The fact that he's green, I just state that as a matter of fact, not as a negative. He's going to lay down. Anyway, good bull. Then I come down and look at these bulls and the Brahman bull. I confess to the girl, hey, I'm from Mineral Point, Wisconsin. You can trust me when I say I don't see a lot of Brahmans. So I just asked her to be honest. I said, how good is that thing? Because he's got so much muscle in his top, so much definition out in his hip, but to pretend like I'm an expert on that, I'm not. My prayer is that I got the right one out of the division. As I go down the way, this Hereford bull, I want to address this bull without breeding cows where he's supposed to be. So he looks pretty run out right now. With that being said, he's long bodied. He's just pretty well shelled out behind his shoulders and out in his hips. That's where that usually goes. Then these younger cattle here, well, this bull isn't young, but this bull here had to win his division. He needs to be a little softer on the ankles, but just powerful mate. You put him on a sound set of cows, I could see him really be a herd cougar. And then this AOP bull at the end, I mean, my goodness. That thing is stout as he can be, good looking, sound, long strided. He's like the Hereford heifer we saw earlier. I said she was long as a well rope and could still meet her stride, and this bull gets right there too. Flatness of shoulder, unreal, for as good as he is in his shoulder and in his neck and chest, for as much power. I mean, he has a top like a good barrel. I mean, there's muscle streams in his top, and yet he moves around good. He's big bone, he's good testicle, good out to his hip, just a really, really good bull. At times when he stops, I love the way he moves. He wants to camp out a little bit up front, wants to toe out just a little. With that being said, you're going to be the grand champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion, Supreme Champion bull belongs to Lindsay Craycraft of Tracy, California. The Supreme Champion banner is being presented by the President of Arizona Nationals, Ms. Tiffany Seljow, and her beautiful daughter, Hayes Seljow.
Chance, tell this AOP boy to go pull in over there. No, Jake.
And your Supreme Reserve Champion belongs to Eric Seljoy of Baker City, Oregon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Lori Lewis and the staff here in the Open Cattle Division, as well as the Junior Cattle Division, we'd like to say thank you to everyone that has attended this show, that has attended as an exhibitor or an spectator, and we expect to see you back next year. Thank you.